Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio this morning, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Joining us on the big screen, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dolly. Good morning, Tracy. And I just read your X post, Anthony, and I can confirm I have a 36-inch waist.
So, let me post that in the chat. Good morning, chat, by the way, everybody. I'll get to everybody in chat in just a second. So, Besant on Bloomberg, we're listening to it this morning, and a lot to dissect here. But, he said, first off, he thinks we should have a 50 basis point cut in September.
Correct.
And then he said, I think that rates are should be lower by 150 to 175 basis points. I immediately look at the market, and my thoughts were, what did I say, Shy? I said, well, you know what? I said, I have a 36-inch waist, but I should have a 32-inch waist, but my 36-inch waist habits are keeping me here. Yeah, sure, I want it to happen, but it doesn't mean it should happen.
And speaking of which, bets that the Fed will reduce rates by more than 25 basis points in September also gained traction yesterday, with traders adding some $2 million in premium to a position in the SOFR rate that would benefit from such a move. Then we also had the CIO of global fixed income at BlackRock put out a note this morning that said today's inflation report was a bit stronger than we've seen over the prior months, but lower than many have feared. As a result, we expect the Fed to be cutting rates in September, and it could be justified in cutting rates by 50 basis points. So it seems like we're getting a lot of calls for a 50 basis point cut in September. And if we look at the CME Fed Watch tool, we do have a 25 basis point cut at 96.2% in September.
Yeah, and then Jimmy put this out on X in October. Now is a 63.8% chance we get cut by 25 basis points, and in December has moved to now a 53.1%. So that's 75 basis point cut projected between now and the end of the year. Again, 53%, 63%. I would still say that's relatively a coin toss. But again, coming off of Besant's comments, what I initially also thought, besides my waistline, was, he's going to do, Trump is basically going to do whatever he can now to get rates lower. And I almost wonder now, after hearing Besant this morning, the way he was talking, like, do they seriously go after Fed Chair Powell? Like, a lot of this has been, it felt like it's been big talk and trying to pressure him. But I'm almost wondering now, like, are they really going to try and remove him?
Well, it is very difficult to remove a Fed chair. None have ever been removed. You have to have, it has to be for, fraud or something huge, not for an overrun in
a budget for a building.
The budget for a building. Although, we did have Trump reiterate yesterday that he was seriously considering suing Powell for this. And then we had Levitt come back in the afternoon and confirm that, yes, the president was actually thinking about this.
But here's the thing, though, too. What President Trump is good at is trolling, and he will make this guy sweat. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, this guy, who knows if he doesn't resign? I'm not saying he will, but look you've got, what has he got, 9 months of this left?
I know. I'm telling you, he should have quit in January as soon as, because he knows how Trump is. He could have said, I beat inflation, gone down as a great Fed head, be done with it, and would not have to endure this.
Because I don't see this stopping. If there's one thing that President Trump is going to do, he's going to push for what he wants, and that's just reality. Powell is going to be in for a long fight on this one, man. It's like, and then does he cave, and does he actually start cutting rates? And then it's like, what does that look like? I don't like the looks of this at all. Again, if you get a different Fed chair in there with a different perspective, I get it. But, like, doing it this way, to me, I don't know. I don't love it.
Well, and you also have to consider, I wonder if there's kind of some backdoor pressure on the other voting members to kind of vote the other way, because we are seeing some flip dovish now, more so than we've seen in the past.
I'll cut.
Right? More so than just Waller and Bowman. So it'll be really interesting to see. We do have a bunch of Fed heads on the docket today. No data except...
No one's going to be hawkish.
No data today except for crude inventories at 10:30. But again, we do have a gaggle of Fed heads out today. So if they say anything meaningful, I will post that in the chat and on the ticker, of course.
Jimmy, we'll go to you. I mean, let's go to the overnight markets real quick. S&P up 14 points. NASDAQ up 64. NASDAQ hits the 24,000 mark. In the futures, Russell's up 16 to 2308. We've got Dow up 127. Still lags the Dow. Natural gas this morning pretty much flat, up 6 ticks right now. Heating oil down a little bit. Crude oil down 37 cents again today. Well, I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute after we get done with Jimmy. Gold rebounds a bit here, up almost 13 to 34.11. We've got silver up 65 today, back up to 38.65. Platinum is pretty much flat at 13.54. Bond market, oh, what a surprise. The bond market's higher, Jimmy. I can't believe it. We got 22 ticks up in the UB, 17 in the ZB. Short end of the curve is up a little bit. You got up 8 ticks in 10-year. 10-year comes in this morning at 4.26%. Euro up against the dollar. Again, this is the theme coming off of Basent. I know that was like this already in the overnight action, Jimmy, but what's your thoughts looking at the tape overnight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that raise my eyebrows. Bonds really isn't one of them. I mean, we're still at a 115, low 115 handle. We've seen this price, I don't know, several days in a row now. Yeah, we've traded up and down, and we're almost really still kind of in a short-term downward trend from a trend channel point of view, but maybe there's some sort of triangle forming right now for a breakout. But really, we need to get some better traction here for the bonds to kind of, before I'm like, all right, we're going to start taking out some recent highs here. But you know, the story, I looked at crude oil, raised my eyebrows. We're at a 62 handle now, right? We're less than that 63. And so that downward pressure continues, and it's going to look nice on a chart. The other market that really kind of just the gift that keeps on giving here is Ether. I mean, Ether is up 3.74% right now. We're talking 108,000 contracts overnight. We're at 134% of the regular volume that we should have at this point in the morning, and we're tracking 47.16. I mean, this is a real fight now between Bitcoin and Ether. You know, who's gonna, what's the favorite in the retail world right now, and maybe even in the institutional world. But Ether, that thing is going pretty strong. And last but not least, I'll talk about the Euro FX during the report in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing that. What do you think about euros doing against the dollar? Important right now. What's up, Shai?
Just speaking about Ether, because I had this on the list to talk about, Standard Chartered did come out this morning and they lifted their year-end Ether forecast to 7,500 and their 2028 year-end forecast to 25,000.
I'm looking to cover at 5,000. I should just roll it, right? Just deposit more, buy more ETH. No, in all seriousness, I talked about ETH for the last 3-4 weeks. I own some of that in spot, and it's like, again, at this point, I kind of wish I was in the futures just because of the leverage side of things. But nonetheless, a winner is a winner, and I just look at it and say, to me, I don't think it's a really big mystery this year. Crypto's doing well because the Trump administration continues to push it. ETH has been lagging. It's been in a consolidation, big one, from like 4,600 or something down to whatever 20-something hundred for years. It's finally getting up near all-time highs. You also had everybody this past weekend talking about ETH, and we know that crypto feeds on social media. It feeds off of it. It's not like if everybody's bullish the NASDAQ over the weekend that we might open up lower. It's kind of a different thing. Crypto continues to run in those things, and it feeds off of it in this momentum. And it's just a trade. I think, I don't really trade much of the futures on it, but I think more and more people should probably be looking at it, especially index traders. Take a look at what's happening. You got ETH, you've got micro ETH. Of course, everyone knows we've got Bitcoin and micro Bitcoin as well. But again, those markets have just this strong wave of buyers coming in. I wouldn't be coming into futures to short them unless it's against the cash position of them.
Right.
But nonetheless, important. I want to talk a little bit about crude oil this morning because it really is the one that just can't seem to rally. And you would think with this talk of crypto, I've read so many things about, you got AI continues to boom, right? Crypto continues to boom. What does it need?
Energy.
Bingo.
Right. So really, we've been pressured because yesterday we had IEA, OPEC, and EIA all come out with their short-term energy reports. Now, IEA cast a huge gloomy goal. They said that oil inventories are set to grow to the fastest pace on record next year and hit a 46-month high in June, which is really interesting because they said that U.S. crude oil production was going to roll over, so I don't know where all this extra production is going to come from. But they did say that EIA, the U.S., also said that they expect U.S. production to roll over, but they now expect global inventories to build to 2 million barrels per day in Q4 of 2025 and Q1 of 2026. I think these forecasts are way off. Both of these agencies have been way off. And then, of course, we had OPEC coming in, and they see a tighter outlook next year, of course. And so I think what's really weighing on oil right now are those two really negative reports because they've gotten the most press, to be honest. And we're kind of in that wait and see what happens with this meeting with the president and Putin in Alaska on Friday to see if there's some sort of resolution to this Ukraine conflict. If there isn't, does that mean that we put more sanctions and secondary sanctions on Russian oil? So, I think traders are kind of in that lay and wait to see what happens on Friday.
Yep. I'm going to say good morning to the chat. Starting with Engineer Beer, of course, we've got Cooper, Ivan, we've got GN1313, Take Profit Tom, we've got the Happy Crab, Infinity Works, Reginald York, Harry, Dr. Serena. We've got a doctor in the house, everybody. This is nice. The audience just keeps getting better and better, smarter and smarter. Reginald York, Lee B, Emilio, Clara, Larry Pumpkin. We got My Serona, Drunk Radish, Grot T Trading, Ed C, my boy Trading Poker, Rob, good morning. Video Starcade, Daniel Anderson, good morning, everybody. Ed C put something in the chat. It's first off, we got Carley coming. I love Carley. I've known her for years. She's great. Can't wait to have her in here. We'll have you preview that guest in a second. But he talks about, crude oil is its own thing and it's not related to crypto. I don't think it's related to crypto. I'm talking about you have momentum in the economy. You've got things that are building, right? If the economy is so good, right, and so strong, you've got stock market at all-time highs. You've got, what do you call it? You got crypto continuing to run. You've got this AI thing where everybody talks about using more energy. And I'm not talking about just natural or just crude, but natural gas. All of the energy space is basically looking like it's almost in a bear market. I mean, I'm asking you, what is the story behind this?
Well, we are getting to those levels where we are going to see more production taken off the market if we stay at depressed levels for any length of time, not a spike down, obviously, and then a spike up. And so, at these prices, you do have shale companies starting to get a bit worried about, their spend for, the next several quarters. And if they are going to pull off teams from drilling, and that is a reality. We've had, I listened to a lot of the conference calls for the oil sector, for a particular E&P in the U.S., and that's a big consensus going on.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, again, energy is not my wheelhouse at all, but I look at it and I just say anytime the economy is doing really well, you always like to see a little bit of inflation coming from energy sector, just proving that there's more use of it. And obviously, when you talk about how much production there's been and what's sitting there. And of course, it's always a balance, but it's something I keep an eye on. And of course, crude oil is a very popular market. Just curious kind of what sentiment is there.
Terrible.
Yeah,
it's been terrible.
It's been terrible.
It's been terrible.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is oil equities are actually performing much better than oil prices are right now, which is something we haven't really seen. It's kind of a divergence that we've seen in the past.
Yeah. All right, we've only got 30 seconds before we get to the Edge Report. Let's preview this morning's guest.
So we have Carley Garner. Excited. interviewed her before. She's from Carley Trading. She has been in the markets forever, written a ton of books on commodities and options trading and Forex trading. So I'm going to pick her brain on markets today. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to her about oil. And maybe I'll talk to her about crypto Q too. I'm curious what she thinks about it. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, but I'm also going to suggest somebody ask Carley about corn because we had the WASDE report yesterday, which was kind of interesting. Let's start with the Euro FX versus the US dollar. I am going to the bank today to get my euros for my trip. I've given up waiting for this thing to break. Again, another kind of big green candle, euro strong against the dollar. We have that 8 EMA crossing above that 21 EMA. This is looking super strong. The third thing is we broke out of this 4-day consolidation range, weekly consolidation range at one spot 1693, and we're driving up again. Next target up here from a long-term macro point of view is this target peak high right here, one spot 18169. Stochastic sloping up nicely intraday. We have all sorts of great mentor Q lines here to consider for targets. Right now, we're trading above that session VWAP. Point of control for the volume profile for the session is one spot 1744. We have that call resistance level as a target on the upside at this point, one spot 175. We've already seen it once today, and up above that, Jax 4, one spot 1775. R2, a little bit above that, and then we have Jax 1 all the way up at one spot 18. For the bears, we've got that 0 DTE gamma wall really to think about, and that's at one spot 1725. Below that, the bottom of the conversation early this morning was framed with support around that high vol level at one spot 17. So that's the story with the Euro FX. Let's kind of pivot over to Ether. And it's just every morning, it's just astounding. This volume just keeps growing and growing and growing. This is the micros, 109,000 contracts now traded so far. We have a parabolic just bump up right here. Moving averages are racing up, the 8 to 21, the 50. We already had our stochastic crossover. This was a sweet one. This was really good because it was between the 20 and the 80. That's when we crossed over, and now we're up into the overbought category. But that might not mean anything. So in any event, this is looking pretty strong. I think there's room to grow on the top side. Deli, I don't know. I can't give you advice, but maybe you hold on to those. Let's shoot over to intraday really quickly here. Remember, we don't have that Mentor Q data here for this, but we do have some pivot levels as well, along with some bands around that. Apologize for not having this thing centered yet, but you can see we're just kind of moving up along the first and second standard deviation band of the VWAP, a lot of price separation between price and VWAP, and we do have that R1 target up here at 47.97, spot 5 for the bulls, and then for the bears, maybe this point of control will attract some business later on today if we do get any kind of sellers in here at 46.52. I'm bullish on this market right this second. Let's shoot over to crude oil. Crude oil, we talked about this yesterday, and we're going to talk about it again today. But, this is we had this long-term consolidation range, and then we tried to break out to the upside. That breakout failed. We have a swing high up here around 70, spot 38 or so. And now we're down in a 62 handle. We're below $63, 62 spot 94. And let's just kind of pull this over a little bit. Long-term area support here, way back in the day. This was May 2025. So I don't know. We have room to hit this target. We did see buyers come in when this price got this low. And this was, a long period of time. This was a few weeks of price action around that 60 spot 79 level. So we'll see if we keep going. But right now, this is looking super bearish. Intraday, really quickly here. Let's just pop up and check out some more of the possibilities. The top of the conversation is really framed by that Jax 4 level, 63.25. Yeah, we have some probes that popped up above it. Above that, blind spot 2, and then that pivot is right next to that Jax 2 level at 63.50. For the bears, seems like we've stabilized a little bit, by the way. We're above VWAP right now. But for the bears, we do have that Jax 1 at 62.50. And then the S2 is all the way down here at 62.21. So we'll see if this stabilizes, goes sideways, get buyers come back in. But right now, it's looking like there's a little bit of a heavy weight on this market. And then lastly but not leastly, I just want to show you, I want to show you the next PAX line. PAX is on fire with his lines, by the way. I got a couple of them up here. We hit that 64.42, easy peasy. We have a double top here. That's not a PAX line. At 64.68. Now we're plowing through that, and this one is a PAX line. 65.12 is the next target on the upside. So we'll stay tuned to see if this rally continues. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shy.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by Carley Garner. She's a commodity broker and analyst for Carley Trading. Carley, good morning.
Good morning.
Great to have you on the show. Great to see you. I haven't spoken to you in a while, so it's really great to have you back on the show. And this morning we're going to start off with, it's been a minute. I want to talk about corn. I want to talk maybe a little bit about soybeans. This morning we hear Bessent talk about rates should be cut by 50 basis points in September. 150 to 175 basis points this is where they really should be, that much lower. And when I looking at commodities, we were talking about oil as well. We'll probably pick your brain about that. Commodities aren't showing inflation. Of course, we go to corn and you see it's near really low. Soybean got a little bounce because of some recent news lately. But talk to us about where you see the overall commodity space relative to where we've been in, because as we talk about this inflation, we have to go to food prices to see where they really are, and maybe inflation isn't what we think it is.
No, I think you're right. There's actually kind of two stories going on in commodities. We have certain commodities, for example, the meats, like livestock, hogs and cattle, are at or near all-time highs, and it's extremely volatile and chaotic over there. And then we've got the grains, which are at the exact opposite end of the spectrum. In my opinion, I think commodities are telling us there's more deflationary risk than inflationary. I know there's a lot of if you look at the surface economic numbers, they look amazing. The economy looks like it's firing on all cylinders, but I have to wonder how we've gotten to those numbers. I see in my life and in the numbers I see, there's probably a lot of leverage in the system. And what I mean by that is a lot of these risk assets that are soaring higher are being purchased on leverage. They're borrowing shares from their brokerage. In the case of crypto, believe it or not, I talk to people that are buying crypto on credit cards. So I'm not saying these are fake rallies or manufactured rallies, but I think there's at least the last extension of these rallies are probably a little bit of smoke and mirrors. So I'm not sure I trust it. And also I look at the consumer. The consumer has been carrying all the weight, but it looks like the consumer's probably also using leverage, credit cards, borrowing, those sorts of things. So at some point, if something tips the scale, and maybe it never will, but if something does, there's going to be a lot of people that are in a situation where they're forced to delever. And that could be pretty severe consequences for stock market and commodities such as crude oil and probably things like copper and other metals.
Interesting, and it's hearing you talk about how I think the crypto story. I mean, without a doubt, that people are going to be using, credit cards or leverage any which way they can, because when crypto starts to boom, that's just what happens with it, right? We talked about it this morning. Once it gets in mainstream, that's a lot of the people that are buying crypto are looking for that quick buck, or it's a momentum trade. It is, right? And you look at equities. I think that's where a lot of us look at it. Those prices may seem somewhat inflated, but it was really interesting hearing how the softs are different from what's actually happening with the cattle markets, and more deflationary than inflationary. So I guess the question before we get to Shy is do you think Bessent is wrong then, or do you think he's right by saying, look, rates are just too high, inflation really is not here, and we should be cutting?
I mean, I'm not gonna. He's a lot smarter than I am. I'm not gonna question anybody's intelligence here. But what I will say is, I think that he probably sees something a little deeper than the surface numbers that most of us are digesting every day. And I think that, there's a lot of window dressing in the economy. I don't think it's as strong as it looks. That's my personal opinion. As far as the grains go, there's a couple things going on here. The grains have really suffered from the trade war and the tariffs and things like that. It's maybe even more of a mental or psychological deficit than anything. But that's kind of been the story. When the dollar sold off earlier in the year, the grains went with it, which is kind of the opposite of what generally happens. They're usually negatively correlated, but we saw a positive correlation, which is odd. I actually think this is my opinion. I think things have gone a little too far in both arenas. So I think we're probably putting in some sort of blow off top in the meats and some sort of blow off bottom in the grains. So I think those will kind of come back into line. As far as that being inflationary or deflationary, I would lean towards deflationary because I think as commodity analysts and market analysts, we tend to focus on the supply side of things. But the other side of the equation is demand. And I'm not sure what I'm seeing in things like copper and crude oil is not a demand story. It's actually the opposite. So I feel like, in just on a side note, in crude oil, with us trading below $65 a barrel, that's kind of been a line in the sand historically for bull and bear markets. And the longer it stays under here, the heavier it's going to get. I would expect, simply because of slowing demand, I think that we're probably going to see maybe the low 40s before all is said and done, believe it or not.
Interesting. And I wanted to get your thoughts on the precious metals markets. Obviously, gold's had a spectacular run all year. Do we continue this move, or do you think we see some meaningful pullback? And, I know we're probably down $100 from the highs, a little over that, but and some would say that's a lot. But I mean, if you look at a longer term chart, we're still sitting at the highs.
Right. So this has been a kind of a drop in the bucket as far as a pullback goes. I am of the opinion that we're in the last inning on the metals rally, particularly gold. We look at silver, but we don't touch it much. It's really kind of an awful market to try to trade. But we're pretty active in gold, and we're in a sell the rallies mode. A couple just big picture reasons. Interest rates are relatively high, and gold doesn't pay dividends or interest. So if I'm somebody that has cash on the sidelines and I'm looking to put it into a safe haven or risk off asset, the two primary choices are treasuries, which are paying 4 or 5%, depending on what you're looking at, or gold that pays nothing and has a lot of downside risk. I know people consider gold a safe haven, and it is in certain circumstances, but it's not always a safe haven. If you go back to 2011, we had a very similar environment. There were a lot of scary things going on politically and economically. And the central bankers were buying gold, speculators and hedgers were buying gold as a diversification tool. And eventually, when the buying dried up, we got a 45% haircut and a 10-decade-long correction. Will it be that severe this time? I'm not sure, but I think we should be prepared for a pretty big rollover in gold. I'll say one more thing. It's had an amazing 3 years. We started this rally around 1600, 1700, and it's just been fantastic 3 years for gold. And so now you're seeing all these headlines and all the consensus analysts mentioning how gold is a store of value and gold is a safe haven and gold is, all of these things. But 3 years ago, everybody was saying the exact opposite. So I've been through a few of these cycles, and I could be wrong. Maybe this time's different, but anytime I've seen a scenario where everybody wants to be long gold, it's usually the wrong time to be a buyer. You want to be long gold or bullish gold when nobody else wants it.
Absolutely makes sense. So let's move forward to the equity markets. I mean, we're at all-time highs. Seems like after the April debacle, when we tanked, we have been straight up through, all of spring, all of summer. We have valuations that are ridiculous at this point. So do you think at any time we're going to get some sort of meaningful pullback in the equity markets? Because they seem very exuberant right now.
They do. As you and I both know, markets can stay irrational longer than any of us can stay solvent. I will say that I am very skeptical of this rally. When I chart it, on a monthly chart, for example, there's a trend line that's a multi-year trend line. It comes in around 6,500. But when I find a similar support trend line, it comes in the low 5,000. So from my standpoint, I think, the upside potential is much smaller than the downside risk. So for me, I'm kind of in a risk off mentality. I know that's counter to what most people are assuming here, but I think that there's a lot of complacency. And I mentioned earlier, I think there's a lot of leverage in the system. I talk to retail traders for a living, and I can tell you there are a lot of people out there that are participating in strategies that they don't fully understand the risks on. So, for example, there's cottage industries of people selling put options in the S&P 500, and it's worked beautifully without any type of stress for quite a while. Even in April, I think they got bailed out pretty easily because it was such a quick, V bottom. They didn't have to feel a lot of pain other than maybe 1 or 2 days. I think there's a lot of leveraged ETF buying that's going on, and maybe these things will, maybe these sins, if you want to call them, will go unpunished. But markets are generally focused on the pain trade. They cause the most pain for the most number of peoples, and so far we haven't seen that. But I think eventually we will. I wish I knew where. I don't, but I think a good starting point somewhere around 6,500, which we're not too far away. So we have our clients hedging their portfolios with option spreads and also speculating on the downside using option spreads. So we have some room for error, but we're looking for some downside pressure here.
Carley, I'm curious, you look at the charts a lot. What is coming out at you right now as where you see opportunity? Because when we look at equities, we talk about them at all-time highs. When we look at gold, it's kind of in the middle of their range. I know you talk about cattle, some of the softs being like kind of that opposite trade. But where do you see, from a charting technical perspective, opportunities?
So I tend to be kind of a contrarian, which sometimes works well, sometimes it doesn't. You know how that goes. But the couple things I have on my radar, we already talked about the grains. We've got our clients positioned on the long side of corn, soybeans, wheat. One of those is doing well at the moment. The other two are kind of dogs. But what we did there is we bought futures and then we bought put options so that our downside's limited. The beauty of that market is the options are very cheap because the volatility has been low. So you can buy some really, really nice puts for insurance and have a kind of a no stress, limited risk play with plenty of upside potential. In natural gas, we've kind of been waiting for natural gas to get down to this area. I can't rule out another 10, maybe 15 cents, but I think natural gas is setting up for a nice, buy the dip opportunity. I think going forward, natural gas is probably going to be buy the dips market. It's probably, we're not going to see anything like we saw in 2021, 2022. But if we can get into the 4 or 5s, I think that's pretty realistic here in the next year or so.
Absolutely. And what are your overall thoughts on maybe some of the base metals? And I'll include platinum and palladium, even though they are considered precious metals, but let's include them because they are used for industrial purposes. So, what are your thoughts on that, particularly copper, where, we had a huge rise up when we were maybe going to have tariffs on it. We got the tariffs. We pulled back a little bit. I thought the market would take more time to sort itself out, but it seems like we're on the uprise again. And we know Dr. Copper is known as Dr. Copper. Has this been divorced from sort of that metal that is a determination of the economy, or is this a real rally?
That's a good question. So I'll stick with copper. The other metals we don't do a whole lot with just because we tend to focus on options. And if we are trading futures, we hedge with options, and it's impossible in those markets. We do a lot of copper trading. Copper has been obviously a very interesting market this year. For full disclosure, we're kind of in a sell the rallies mode in copper for a few reasons. One, because I think the US dollar is in the process of bottoming. I know that's not the most popular opinion, but when I look at Trump 1.0, how the dollar behaved, and I look at what's going on here in the last 6-7 months, we are seeing the dollar index behave identically. It's as if it's just an absolute repeat of the first Trump administration. It's a little quicker this time, but it's the same general price pattern. And so if that continues like I expect it to, we should see the dollar index rally to 108, 110, which is the top of the trading range that we've been in for multiple years. And if we start seeing the dollar return to where it was earlier in the year, we're going to see a lot of pressure on the metals, particularly gold and copper. A lot of pressure on crude oil. I think it's actually going to help the grains because I think the grains and the dollar suffered together with the tariff situation. But going back to copper, it's going to be hard for copper to put too much rally in place with a higher dollar scenario. We're kind of neutral. Going into the initial 50% tariff announcement that Trump made, we actually had a bearish position on. We were short $6 calls and we were long put spreads. And, we went from one morning, I think we were up 1,000 to 1,200 per lot on an option spread. And literally 30 seconds later, we were down 12,000. So it's been a really challenging environment. Luckily, we were able to hedge and kind of ride it out, and it came back around for us. But that's just the environment that we're in. But what it tells me is there probably are some deflationary pressures in the economy that we're not accounting for. You're right. Copper isn't necessarily the bellwether it has been in the past. It's been a little bit different. Maybe it's tariffs. Maybe it's hard to say what the difference is. But I do think with copper on its back foot, rallied a little here in the last couple of days, but I'm not sure it holds. I think we have to go down and kind of retest the $4 area, maybe a little lower, just to kind of feel things out. But we're flat, and we're happy being flat for now.
Carley, we got to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Been a huge fan of yours over the years. Got a chance to meet you in person. Great to have you on my podcast, have you here on NinjaTrader Live. Everybody in the chat, go follow Carley. She's one of the best in the business. Can't wait to have you back, Carley. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So we'll put Carley's, there it is, her X channel on there. She's great. I mean, always liked her. Really thankful to have her here today. A couple things, Shy, when I come out of this with Carley is like, okay, she likes, corn, soybeans, and wheat. We had that Trump situation, or was it China was buying? What was the soybean headline?
Well, it was China buying soybeans, but really it was yesterday's Xyzeee report that came out, and the crop yields were much lower than they had expected, and that's really what kind of set soybeans. We get that super rally in the beans.
Yeah, and then you got corn goes back down. I was looking at it, went back down to the low of basically September of last year. So corn's at the lowest it's been. It gets interesting here because I think about softs are weak. Yeah, obviously cattle's strong. Talking about the leverage in crypto and how really the leverage has come in on this rally, which this is what happens at the late end of these rallies too, right? I mean, people start using leverage in crypto. They start using leverage to buy stocks, whichever way they can. And again, why I said coming into this week, I said it almost looks like we could have a capitulation type rally because it feels like a lot of people are coming in for this last bit of momentum. And so that's where my thoughts went initially when I heard her say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of frenzy, but I think what's a little bit different this time is that now we have all these institutional players because we have all these ETFs now, which is something that we didn't have in the past. We just had, ETFs on Ether just came out this year. So that is kind of something a little bit different than we have seen in the past when you have seen, this huge volatility in the crypto markets where, they have these 50% pullbacks. When they do pull back, it seems like these are becoming more shallow, at least in Bitcoin, Ether, the ones that are traded on futures markets and have ETFs.
And it also makes me think about what's happening with rates too, because it's such an interesting situation. We need to talk more about this because it's like if you look at softs, if you look at food costs, right? I know we talk about CPI and it excludes all these important things, right? But then when you look at the price of corn, which is used in so many things, right? You look at the price of soybeans, they have come up. The price of wheat, they're all relatively weak. I know cattle's high, but I think meat is one of those things where if it is high, I'm not so sure how much I look at that as food inflation overall, because not everyone will eat meat. You know what I mean? Even a lot of my friends these days don't even eat meat, or they eat much less of it, right? So that I kind of look at, corn, wheat, that stuff is in so many different things that pretty much is in everybody's grocery basket. But again, then you look at the leverage that's being used in crypto, the leverage that's probably being used in stocks right now, right? And you look at it and go, if he did cut, it's like, again, should he cut? Because, okay, maybe we're not seeing the inflation. But then again, if he does cut, how does that increase the leverage? You start cutting rates, give people more buying power on certain things. I mean, I could see housing prices spike. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, all sorts of things.
A lot of things could happen. And, I always go back to when they cut last September, we saw yields spike. they didn't come down. It's the opposite of what they want to happen. So we don't know if that...
Because the fear of inflation comes back.
Right. Exactly.
That's what I mean. So it's like, I don't really even know what ultimately happens here. If they did cut, it may not be as bullish as we think it is, right? In some ways, because you have this, there's a whole thing to unwind here. This is where I need like Andy Constant or somebody in here to talk about this more.
Get him back for sure.
All right, Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Pharm. Pharm, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great. Coming off of, look at this morning, a lot to kind of unpack here. You had Basent come in this morning. I was listening to it on Bloomberg. Shai and I were here this morning listening to it and hearing him say we should have a 50 basis point cut in September. I'm looking at the S&P and the bonds going. And then he says, well, I actually think that we're 150 to 175 basis points higher than where we should be. I think that's how much they should be cut. Then you go to the CME FedWatch tool. CME FedWatch tool now pricing in 3 cuts between now and the end of the year. And I say 3. 2 of them are really still coin tosses as far as I'm concerned. One's like 53%, one's 63%. And then you get Carley in here, and you heard this discussion. You got the softs really weak. So that's food costs directly. Prices of corn have come down substantially. I mean, looking at corn, it was like $5.20. It's down to $3.70. Wheat's come down a lot. Soybeans have bounced because of the WASDE yesterday and some recent news, but overall not super high. And then it's like this balance of like, where are we with this, what's going on in rates? And then equities and crypto is like, hey, man, full speed ahead, leverage to the tilt, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confused. The economy is booming. We need emergency rate cuts, or not emergency, but we need a jumbo cut. I'm very confused by that. And you wonder, it's like, you got the revision last month, and the way that Trump has really been setting up Jay Powell to like be the bad guy for something. I mean, like, is there something they don't know? Like, I've been completely out of the recession camp really this entire cycle. I've always felt like inflation 2.0 was much more likely, but like, what the hell is going on that they're like talking about 50 basis point cuts? We're 152 high. If only the data weren't wrong. Like, what's the deal with that? So I don't know. Now we're just not going to report it. That sounds good. So I don't know. I'm very confused right now, and so I am definitely going into price monkey mode, and I'm just going to day trade this thing until there's a little bit more clarity. Because I mean, we could have resurgent inflation in 2 months, or we could have an unemployment rate spike, and neither would surprise me.
No, I know you could talk circles around this all day. Let's go to the charts. I'm going to start off with corn because we had Carley Garner on this morning. Why wouldn't I start off with that? Just to show the prices of it. And immediately I go to COT data. Somebody in chat actually said, have Shapiro on with Carley. I think actually that would be a great segment because I think that COT data for commodities is really where the edge is in COT data, not so much in equities. I think it's debatable. I do think it works in equities. I just think it's just a little bit different. I think it has a much stronger impact on commodities. You look at speculators here. It's not really the most it's been. You saw when you look at corn, was the most bullish they were here. And this is where I go back to where COT data works really well. Back up, I talked this morning. I said we were up near 520, and that's when we've since come down. That's where speculators were, long speculators were the most long. Now you have them a little bit short, but not much. And to me, I look at this and say, position's pretty even here, not something too extreme. I like opening up myself and everybody to other markets and kind of get perspective, especially coming off of Carley going into like the COT data. Just made sense to me to see what was there. I think corn actually could continue to go lower. Look at soybeans. Look at the positioning on it. It's almost nothing. I mean, these markets have come down substantially, and you don't have an over bullish or bearish position from commercials or large specs at all. You look at here, this was the most short commercials were at this point right here in August of last year, so a year ago. And look at, they were unable, they kept unwinding as we went back to the lows, and now it's caught kind of balanced, and now you have really, like I said, no really offset positioning here. It gets interesting here. Soybeans get some bullish news. kind of what if it can build on it. Nothing leaning from COT data one way or the other. I was hoping to see something that was like, oh, maybe you got a bunch of large specs short or something like that. You don't have that in commodities. It seems as though all the big players in those markets as well have pulled back, and they're trading roughly flat on these, and I don't blame them because it's not been the easiest tape, as you heard from Carley as well. So just some perspective into commodities and through COT data. I'm going to go to the daily chart here. Let's go to the bond market this morning. When I look at bonds and I look at what they're doing, why not go to bonds coming off of percent? Because rate cuts, let's see what that looks like. Remember, the Fed cannot impact the long end of the curve. It's more about what's going to happen on the short end, right? And because they can cut short-term interest rates, and that's what we're talking about, right? 75 basis points basically projected between now and the end of the year. But the long end is where you see the real impact on the stock market. And so I like to see how the bond market is initially reacting to percent. And, modest rally, no big deal. So again, and I know somebody put in chat, this is all about him talking the dollar down as you got the euro. Maybe I'll go to that next. Yeah, I get it. And you could see it. And then you look at interest rates not moving much off percent. Again, we'll see how this plays out over time. It's so interesting to me to hear him come on and say that. It's like, that's not like a minor shift from policy right now, Pharm, right? It's such a major shift that it's like, wow, you're talking about thinking that we're 150 to 175 basis points too high in this market. It's like, whoa, man, what happens with a new Fed chief, and how much is President Trump going to troll this dude and squeeze Powell? It's going to get, I don't know, man. It's like not a matter of a small difference of opinion. That's a big gap. That's a huge gap of difference of opinion. And so keep an eye on rates, everybody. I'm just curious to see. I don't have anything here to even trade in this market right now, but keep an eye on them with this. Continue to watch in the news cycle what happens with President Trump and Powell. This story is not going away after I hear percent today. I think it's only going to accelerate if that's even possible. Going to gold. Looking at gold, again, weakness in the dollar. Gold gets a little bit of a bounce. I can't say this enough. I think that looks like a high to me in gold. I know that gold's been performing unbelievable, and Carley talked about this morning. I like to sell the rallies in gold. I'm actually waiting to see if I can get something triggered on my daily here to probably sell a rally in gold. It's just so bunched up around these moving averages. I'd be curious to see what happens here over the coming days or weeks. But I'm actually scouting a swing short position in gold at some point. I like this as a high. And when I go back to COT data, these longs have been long this whole way. You've got shorts have been pulled off their position a little bit when you look at commercials. I just look at this as very toppy in gold. Now, again, it's not right here bearish to me. I just think that I want to see another week or two close, but I'm very skeptical of gold, just blind buying the dips at this point now. I feel like that rally, again, if it were to take out last week's close, if we were to get above that from that where that gap down is, it changes everything for me. So I want to wait and see what we do in the next week or so. But I look at gold, and I really do think that hard for me to see a really bullish tape in gold right now. I think it's going to be very sloppy, choppy here. I wouldn't be surprised if rallies do start to get sold here in gold. Quickly go to the NASDAQ and S&P. Talked about it. I have very little to say here. We're going to go for you to go inside the tape, inside the bars to look at the more short-term stuff. To me, I just don't see any reason to short the NASDAQ or S&P, even intraday scalpers. I think this thing, I said it before, I said, where are they going to go and test these old Bollinger Band peaks? I said, if they cross them with the top Bollinger Band getting above there, and I said this, I've been saying this for a while, that's a good low. It's like, man, this thing could just keep going. I don't see any reason to stop it. We're in this phase of the market where it's like people are chasing momentum now. I don't have any reason to sell it. I have no reason to see it stop. I think bids are going to get bought on very narrow pullbacks. That's just what I see. When I look at Bollinger Bands expanding out from previous Bollinger Band peaks, and I see us cross over like this on highs, daily close above previous highs, I see a pullback that was narrow but very sharp and V-shaped bottom on an RSI and on the chart. It's like you got to let this thing just do its thing now. I mean, just get out of the way of the NASDAQ. I mean, again, if you're stepping in as an intraday short-term trader, just know that you've got a lot of momentum you're going against. If you're looking for a quick rotation, make sure it's quick, rent it, as Pharm says. S&P, same thing. I still think S&P is targeting 45.30 to 45.50-ish area. I think that's where they're headed. I would not be surprised to see that by the end of the week. Anytime Bollinger Bands open up like this, it's volatility expansion. You've got crypto pushing. You've got momentum coming into risk assets. Regardless of what's happening within the tape, I said this yesterday as well, I think breadth is probably not great, but it doesn't matter to the indexes right now. The indexes are saying, hold my beer, we're breaking out. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. NASDAQ's the one I'd favor more long. S&P might play catch up here, but if they're both going together, man, I just wouldn't even, I feel like we're in a capitulation type high scenario being made here. I think we're going to be very busy. Maybe not super big ranges, but I think we are now going to get into a busy cycle of the market, which I think is good. That's what I've got this morning, Pharm. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I'm going to start with something that is not going to help my reputation as being a boomer. I'm going to start with the YM chart, just the daily, because I posted last night. And it actually looks really good. And I was hoping to buy a dip, and I was going to swing YM. And maybe they'll give it to me today, but I don't know. But I don't think I would ever live that down. I just slapped on just a quick couple of boxes here. I mean, you can see we effectively have, a lower balance range here, which, if you're looking at a monthly volume profile, this is effectively, this upper box is effectively, value for last month. And, this lower box here was how we were establishing value to begin this month. Well, we've now reclaimed, this sort of upper range, and a rotation towards the top makes a lot of sense. The high has never been good. I think every high since, I don't know, last year has been an ETH high, basically. But I think 45,000 plus or minus 100 is like super easy. And then if that breaks to the upside and the Dow like actually finally gets going, then yeah, I mean, you're talking about extensions off a rather large range. So the big spot to hold, I mentioned it yesterday morning, if the Dow reclaimed 393 to 428, then it was going to go. And it even dropped singles in that range yesterday, back tested and held. So I didn't put all my levels on here, but basically where the overnight low is, you can see we've put in some volume here. So any failure to get traction below the overnight low is a long to me. And any kind of hold of this range again is a long to me. We could even peak down to 360 and reclaim, and I think it's a long. But yeah, I mean, I posted that. I'm never gonna live it down. There's probably maybe one person in chat that would ever consider trading the Dow, but I thought I would throw that out there because I mean it does go to breadth. I mean, look at the Russell is going crazy. YM is now actually looking really constructive. I mean, obviously the Nasdaq is on the moon. We just broke out on ES of a 6-week balance. So to your point, like, I mean, unless this thing like completely collapses today, yeah, hands off the sell button for me, really. And I would be happy to have just jinxed things and, we get some crazy volatility. But this is the box range that I put on the chart, I think a couple of weeks ago when I came back from vacation, and it was Gemini. And you can see we just sort of grinded back to the top, and now we have what looks to be a breakout. So, again, as long as that sustains, there's not a whole lot of selling for me to do. And I really have no plans on being short, and really with YM and RTY, everything's starting to go together. It looks like RTY is basically at this 2309 spot. And if it gets through there, 2350 is massive, and above there, then I think you start looking for major tops to form. Like if YM makes new all-time highs, RTY goes batshit crazy. Then you start looking for highs because you never want to see the Russell bid. It's like end of days type stuff when that thing. But I like it when it does because it just gets further away from my eventual price target of 0. So I don't mind those Russell rallies at all. So that's kind of the big picture look on that. We'll drill into the the 30 on ES. I mean, again, we held this 92 to 90, 63, 92, 63, 96 spot into data. That beautiful sweep right before, just run everybody, run all the overnight stops before data. We got a little bit of volatility here. But you can see really once we firmed up a bids over those 64.30s, that was it. It was time to cover if you were short for sure. And that's what you got. And so again, this is a breakout. So to me, I'm using 64.51. That's the cash hours high from this 6 weeks range. So broadly, as long as that sustains, 6 week balance. I mean, it's not expected to be a small break, right? We're not talking about like a 30 handle extension at 64.80s. This type of move is to be expected, and so far it's doing what you would expect it to do. So very much not looking to fade this. Was hoping to get a dip on the Dow, and I think I probably posted it when Dow was at low of night, and I looked back later and was like, oh, okay, well that was a dip, I guess. But everything looks strong until it doesn't. So until or unless this is all given back, and even I would carry forward 64.31 to 64.35. I mean, like forever maybe, depending on where we're at in the contract cycle. It could be like 29 to 32. But 64.30, it's going to be key as a potential trap spot back within this range. So I always look at that. And then 40 to 44 is similar. Those are two trap spots that I'll get on with my 5-minute chart. So, I mean, as of now, everything looks good. I'll be watching, probably the 65.20s spot could be a little bit tricky today. 23 to 26, and then 65, 40s. I think wouldn't be unreasonable to see end of this week, early next week. We start to get into some pretty significant extension from like year-to-date VWAP and the 2022 low VWAP and things of that nature. So it's been resistance for quite some time. So I'll start to get a little bit cautious there, but. I mean, if you're talking, let's say 100, 200 handle extensions off this range break is not unreasonable. So just, kind of play what's in front of you, and what's in front of you right now is a kind of a freight train on this breakout. So, again, if it's given back and it fails, that's fine. And that would look really bad at this point. You normally wouldn't want to see a prior day low taken out for, at least a few days. After a breakout like this. So if that actually happens, then, maybe some cause for concern. But overall, looks like a breakout to me. And you should continue to see, things like this, departure from this, primary distribution, put in some volume, rip on low volume, put in some more volume, just sort of, low volume node, high volume node, low volume node, high volume node. That's kind of what trend looks like. And until you start giving some of that trend back, to me, it's just all longs, really, and like may or may not even look for any kind of scalp shorts. We're obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, we got 30 minutes left, but it looks like we're going to open on a true gap up above yesterday's high. We did have a spike into the close, 64.67 and a quarter was the base of that spike, and 70 was high of day, which was another annoying misprint on that high. It tagged 69 like twice, and I was like, it's going to do it. And then, had to hit 70 at the last minute, but that is what it is. So you play the true gap up the same way we've talked about many times. So like if we open and there's just no interest above the open and it's just straight selling, maybe you're getting that inventory correction, which is generally presumed to be a gift in these situations. You can try to tactically take that short as a scalp and look for a back test of yesterday's high, but like we may not even get all the way there. Sometimes on these big breakouts, your overnight profile will show more strength than you would normally expect, I suppose I would say. So you've got something like 77, 72, some of these minor characteristics off this overnight profile could just bid this thing to new highs. So I'm not really looking to be short, but if it did come all the way down and 67 to 70 holds, that's just a long. And then if this thing is given back and we get back below at this point, 67, we'll probably break down some of yesterday's range. But again, like as long as 51 is holding, it's fine. And I've sort of for today, using 51 to 54 as a little bit of a range. There were some single prints that captured that range. So I gave it a couple of extra handles, and then really, I didn't label these, apologies, but like 40 to 44, 40 to 43, some more singles. Yesterday's IB high. That was really, I mean, the acceleration yesterday came there. So those are the spots that I would be looking for. Potential traps, because again, like, we've seen these nominal new highs made and then they fail. And then, it looks bearish and then it's not. Like the bearish setup didn't produce bearish results. Yesterday was exactly the same thing. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on. Identify the potential trap spots just in case it gets crazy, but assume that bulls are in control until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say this enough. I feel like we're in this phase. If you were to flip this chart around and look at us at lows like this, everyone would be super bearish, right? And that's my point, is like this is feeling more and more setting up like and I keep saying capitulation type high, and I say that just because when you had the year that we've had, and this is when I like to go back and look, we had this really strong low made, right? We all look at that low. I mean, nobody's looking for that low to get tested anytime soon, right? And then you had this rally that was fought the whole way, and then you get this consolidation, and then you start to go out and you start breaking out at all-time highs, and then you start to get above everybody's levels, and you have a year where it feels like the chase is on again. This is just what it is. You're seeing breakouts in crypto. You're seeing breakouts in equity indexes. You're seeing all of the equity indexes come to the table right now. You're seeing Russell take out previous week's highs. We know the Dow is working on that. You're just seeing a lot of things happen to where all of a sudden it just gets like a race is on. And that's why I said coming into this week, I said, watch for a capitulation type move. And it doesn't mean that it necessarily V tops, but these are the types of scenarios where V tops, just like V bottoms, are made, where all of a sudden the race comes on. It goes. And that's why I say be very careful of being short right now, because just as if we were to flip this chart and look at this on a low and say, wow, we're below everything. Hey, everyone, we're above everything. And unless it's a headline or something, technicals and the way I've looked at just seen this movie before, hard to fade this thing. Now, the rallies aren't always as sharp as the breaks, but in these scenarios, when you get to all-time highs in August, tape's a little thin. I'll be very curious to see what this tape looks like in the next couple of weeks. I think it's going to get busy. Keep it small and smart. That's all I could say. Pharm, as usual, thank you so much for giving us your insight. Talking about the Dow, you and I think you're right. There was one other person that was looking at the Dow in there as well. So there's two of you. Really, it was a moment. I felt it. I don't know if you felt it, but everybody hit the like button for my boy Pharm. He joins me every morning here on NinjaTrader Live. Again, we're on the path to 150,000 where we're going to have a lot of stuff going on here at NinjaTrader Live. So please hit that subscribe button. And thank you for joining us this morning, Pharm. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right, everybody, it's Wednesday. That means it's time for my boy Kane. If you follow him on social, go see. He just put out a killer YouTube video talking about the markets. I love seeing my boy Kane do more and more stuff on his YouTube channel. He continues to kick butt with the lab there, continuing to grow. And, he's been posting a lot of winners lately. He's on a little bit of a heater right now, which is great, but he's got to watch it. Remember, sometimes it's like NinjaTrader Island in here with Kane. He gets a lot of... Our women audience always gets boosted up with Kane because, he's starting to develop that nickname. We talked about it. Sugar Daddy. So next up, it's time to trade the open with Kane. Dude, you better watch posting all them winners on, man. You better watch posting all those winners, dude. The chats here we go. I mean, it's just your DMs are going to be blowing up, and I'm all for it. Look, I'm going to keep pushing this. I want to, this makes me happy.
Fair enough. Yeah. I actually have been on a bit of a heater. But we're at all-time high yet again, and this shit never suits me. So probably going to be a bit of a quiet day, but we'll see. Yeah, tough. Overnight session was as expected. So bullish. I didn't expect them to send it this hard though. Especially this close to the open, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, Kane? All-time highs has never been my favorite as a trader. It's always, like I said a few times on this show, it's great for the portfolio. It's hard for the trader. Don't screw it up. If you're long a bunch of stocks, don't come in and give it back in futures. But, it's a moment here, Kane, where you've got, I don't know if you heard Besant this morning. I know that you're very systematic in your structure and you follow your model, but I know that you also are always keeping one eye on what's happening as a theme within the market. You hear Besant come on this morning talking about 50 basis point cut in September. You're talking about how he thinks we're 150 to 175 basis points higher than we should be in rates. He's really talking rates down as much as they can, really talking a dollar down, as several people said in the chat. So it gets interesting, right? You get in this moment, everyone is feeling those good vibes, right? Where you've got crypto breaking out. You've got all these things trying to push markets higher. And as Carley said when she came in, and she's on the brokerage side of the business as well, she sees a lot of people starting to use leverage now, using leverage on the highs and equity indexes, using leverage in crypto. And that's why I've been saying it feels capitulation-like up in here.
Yeah, look, I think if, to quote what you said, if we turn this around, what would you do here? Well, I mean, we can literally turn it around, right? Like this drop from 22 to 16, we're basically doing the complete opposite of that. But as personally, I got pretty bullish at 16, 17K, like bought a lot of long-term things. Like starting to think maybe should I sell a little bit here? I don't know. Like, realize some gains. I don't know. So yeah, day trader's nightmare. Absolutely. But it's great watching this run, especially when you're, heavily invested in, probably the Mag 7 because they move the most, right? So I'm loving the move. But yeah, my days are just typically boring, and it just helps me practice patience, I guess. I'm not necessarily looking to play a reversal here, but I will, because hey, it's not my job to guess when it's going to reverse. It's my job to click the button when it shows signs that it is, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be horrible today, to be honest. I don't necessarily think that the wordage from Besant and all those guys is probably too much more than pressure on Powell. I don't know. They talk the dollar down enough, then people might start to believe it. How on earth is the dollar isn't that strong right now? Obviously, you have foreign currencies rallying, and obviously indices rallying and gold rallying. So everything is obviously risk off dollar, and dollar is showing weakness. And I don't necessarily think that a cut here makes sense. But again, it's not my job to know that. I just, would think the market would probably hate it. And it, for what probably would be a bullish outcome, I think could probably end up having quite a negative outcome. But again, I don't get paid tens of millions of dollars to make decisions for a country or monetary policy, so I kind of stay out of it. I also don't really want to listen to it too much, because it kind of does impact my decision making, and I'll listen to it when it makes sense. Fed cuts, data, etc. The opinion of a person hired to do a job. Do your thing, brother. Don't really care. I know he's an important guy, just not in my life. No. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and really that's the way people should feel about it, because literally you could talk circles around it. We talk about it as conversation here. I like to give people some insight into the theme as to what's really brewing behind the scenes, but it's like the way I look at it is that, again, you have everything behind the scenes right now is like pushing this bullish narrative. And I think, again, it's weakness in the dollar. That's been the trade. You're seeing things get pushed higher. And then when everything's going up together, to me, that's all I look at, is what is the reactions to it, not necessarily the details of the policies and things. It's like what's happening to drive things. And you're driving dollar lower. You got euro up. You got yen up. You got Swissy up. Like you said, you've got gold up modestly. I think gold is struggling with a little bit of a technical situation right now, but you've got bonds up. You've got equity indexes up, and you've got the indexes up across the board looking relatively the same, which again feeds, momentum. We didn't even mention crypto, but there's that too. So again, I think you're spot on for the way that you're thinking. And my always goal in the morning is to give people an idea of what's happening in the environment, so they don't have to think too much about it, and they do get a chance just to focus in on their strategy. So I'm going to leave you here. I know you're going to get ready to prep for everybody. Chet, give my boy Kane, hit the thumbs up for him, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Kane is with us here every Wednesday. Hit also your alert so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Also, be sure to go check out what he's doing, obviously on social. Check out his YouTube channel. His latest video is great. Go follow up today when we got XYZ, and then go at noon. When he's done, go and check out what Kane did on YouTube and check out what he's doing with the lab. Kane, you're my brother. Wish you the best. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Speak to you soon, brother. Have a good day. Chat, how are we? Some people notice I'm not logged in on TradingView. I've been having an issue with it all morning. It just keeps kicking me out every 2 minutes. I've tried several different accounts, some prop accounts, live accounts, like just kicks me out. So after last week, I'm sharing my TradingView and strictly only my TradingView. So I'll follow up on Twitter with any trades that we take with the outcome and, you know, the executions and stuff. But today it's going to look very bland because my trades aren't actually going to be on my chart. Because, yeah, I'm having that issue and I don't want to share my trader bait because it's in my browser. And last week we had a bit of a problem with that. So, yeah. Exactly, yeah. For those of you that weren't there, I just shared my entire emails with with a password in it. It's been removed now, but yeah, we had a bit of a nightmare. Very rookie error on my behalf. So yeah, very tough morning. I actually took a loss this morning, full transparency, after this high here. ES took it and Q didn't. I was looking to get short in basically this run up here. It ran up, ran down a little bit, and then stalled. And as it stalled, I got short and just got caught in this. Luckily, my stop was only above here. So I literally got stopped out here and then it ran. So luckily for me, it's not too bad. Ultimately, the open is going to really determine it all today. I don't really have much to say too much on this market because I want to see a pullback to get long. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a very boring day. We may have to keep an eye on gold. Again, I need a new gold 4-hour candle in 48 minutes. I need a NQ candle in 48 minutes. I need all these 4-hour candles for me to potentially get long. I will be stalking multiple assets and I'll be looking, but it's going to be quite a quiet one from me because I can't imagine they just correct this entire move today. That would be very bearish. And obviously with this previous day low, if they correct all of this and send it into this low, well, that's not a good look. So we'll see. And if 10 a.m. takes the high, I'll look for shorts as always, right? But we'll see. It may dilly daddle. Good morning, Sto. Nice haircut. I'm gonna be really honest. I came back from the gym a bit late, showered, and came straight here. So my hair is fresh hair. So yeah. Good morning. Always a pleasure to see you. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate you. So yeah, took a small loss this morning. It is what it is. We'll take it all the times over. And yeah, would I rather have an amazing trading career or build other businesses in your older age? You know, I had this conversation the other day. Do you want hard work right now for potentially a lot of money later? Or do you want to have not a lot of work now for, you know, the same amount of money, like there's in the same amount of money today, every day, or every week, month, year, whatever. You know, there's obviously peaks and troughs. So it's dependent. Personally, for me, I enjoy building businesses. It keeps me busy. It keeps me out of the market where, you know, I could potentially be getting in. So yeah, personally, I like it. I always ask myself, if I'm going to do something, is it contributing to the why? Is it contributing to the number? If not, why are we doing it? Morning, Joel. My indicator is not out for public. Kane, what's the long 2-bar green indicator on the left of the chart? trading that you use again. This indicator here is the indicator by 2 degrees, by 2 trades. It's his fractal model. I just use this to visualize the hourly chart. This is, yeah. And then typically when I get lower time frame, I do this, which is now the 15-minute chart. And we can see the same setups appearing, right? It's 15-minute low, expansion, expansion. We go back, we put the other one back on, hourly low, expansion, expansion. I think them could be, you know. 2 trades and 2 degrees are not the same guy. Take profit, Tom. They're not. Would you short if you're long biased? I mean, how it's kind of really hard. I mean, if you're short biased up here, you've got a problem. This can keep going up a lot longer than you can stay in it trying to short it, right? Yeah. It's hard to be short biased up here. What do I like longs? For me, I mean, after this initial drop, we still haven't really facilitated this. So I would like, I mean, this drop for me was nice, right? We got a very nice move in here to a level that I was keen on, this 22,800 level. We haven't rallied out of it. We haven't really pulled back those 50%. This looks like it, but it's not for me. Or maybe I'm about to prove the indicator wrong and everything's a lie. Yeah. How is this possible? Oh, no, I'm lying. This was the premium discount, and when it resets, it goes from the low to the high. So I'm talking rubbish. So now I just need to see the overall. This is the daily, sorry. I need to see the overall range delivered, which kind of makes sense. And it's also, you know, higher time frame wise. Kind of coincides with some of these previous highs. This strong area of support around 23,500. Nice correction for higher. I'm expecting that today. Probably not, in all honesty. We'll see. So yeah, like I said, if the open decides to just open up and send it lower and they're selling it all day, then it could be a nice, you know, drop day and we get a good, you know, long for the rest of the week. If not, they're just going to slowly grind it higher. Those conditions for me typically suck. So give you a plan to make 5K a month trading prop firms? No. I'm not going to give you any plans. Apologies. I'm just in dip buying mode, right? That's all I'm in right now. Yeah, the white chart also hurts my eyes. There's a reason for that though. If it's late or I'm tired or my eyes hurt and the white chart is doing my head in and I need to change it, then it's a sign that I need to get away from my PC. I make trading uncomfortable for a reason, because I don't want to get comfortable and just sit here and smash the market all day. You know? Because I can do it. I'm guilty like everyone else. Good morning, Mr. Leo. Good morning. I've funded before 2 times, but I failed in the last. I can't go above the drawdown. You have to understand the market dynamics that you're in. And if you can't understand that, then prop firms probably aren't for you. That's just, you know, wondering what that cucumber on the office chair was for. What? I'm confused. Was that like a whole attempt to make me look? Because it worked. My rule is overnight all-time high doesn't hold. I'm shorting that high for a pullback. Fair enough. I mean, look, the gap will determine what, if they want to buy it off the gap, then they'll buy it off the gap. And we could be wrong. Right now, they're diverging, right? ES is failing to take out this previous hourly high at 8, NQ successfully doing so. Not really showing any signs that this is just stalling. This could just quite literally just grind up like this. Just like this. Could just keep grinding. No real signs of anything. I will basically just be waiting for 10 today. So we will see. We get a 4-hour sweep at 10. Everything aligns. Xyzeee arises in the order book, and everything gives us a nice entry. I'll take it, and if it runs me out, it runs me out. Blue Eyes White Dragon Short classic model. We should do that, right? What's my average win rate? It varies month to month, but it's anywhere from 40 to 60%. And on a bad month, it's obviously less than that, right? There are months where my win rate's 20% and I'm in the red. Let's not make it out like those things aren't normal. They are. Let's say you have $2,500 in drawdown. You're on a prop firm. I would make that last as long as possible. $100 losses, go down to micros, probably even just trade one micro, try and build a buffer. Depends on the account, depends on the rules, depends on, everything's contextual. It's not as just like, oh, let's just take $200 losses, 10 losses, hope it plays out. Because you can fall into a bit of a luck thing there. Like you get lucky 3 times on the bounce. You can just have this period where you're lucky in passing and then suck in trading. It comes back to the same thing. What does the data of your trading say over a long period of time? Have you noticed or use NQ chart for an indicator for ES? I do it the other way around. When you use overall swings compared to intraday swings, pretty much never. Good morning. Does S&T on NQ and MNQ mean anything? Nope. Do you plan to run your accounts or withdraw it after 5 hours? We'll see. If you're attempting to trade crypto considering recent price action, I lost $800,000 trading crypto. I say lost, I actually am in the process of still getting that back. So yeah, once bitten, twice shy. Wouldn't say never, but it's not that attractive to me right now when indices are bustling. Question this morning, 6 a.m. ES swept NQ did not, and the trade would have worked. NQ did not. The trade would have worked. Did you take it in that situation? No, I missed so there's this trade here, this pullback. I actually wanted to see this run again. This hourly sweep I basically was short here to this hourly low because of this overall structure. I wanted to see it again and then come back for it. I still think it's on the table, but right now this 4-hour candle it's bullish. I bought FM Futures. I trust you in your word. It's been 2 weeks. I haven't got, bro, raise a ticket, tag me on Twitter, put it on Twitter, tag me, and I will make sure that gets sorted. Loan date 100K to the crypto market. No, it definitely was a loss because let's just say what you said, the loan. It was 99% of my net worth at the time, or probably a little bit less than that, probably like 95. But yeah, it was pretty rough. It was rough. And honestly, that 800K had already, wilted down through long-term holdings from several million to 800K because we were basically at the bear market low. So most of that portfolio was down 60, 70%. So yeah, it was rough. There's loads of news. I actually allocated someone to make sure that my claim goes through successfully. They give me updates on it. So it's not like your typical claims lawyer. I actually just paid a lawyer to do it. How many times does your strat play out in a day? Well, I don't really know how many times it plays out in a day. I typically trade 4-hour candles, and there's 4-hour candles that I trade. Well, typically I only trade 2, 6, and 10. But I do trade either the 2 a.m. and the 2 p.m. ones sometimes. Depends. Like I said yesterday, if I'm on a losing day, I typically trade the 2 p.m. candle. If I'm on a hot streak, I'll typically be awake for all of them because I have the luxury when the market is throughout Asia, it's when I'm sleeping. Like that's just my natural time zone. So I'm in a really fortunate enough position that getting up for 2 a.m. doesn't mean 2 a.m. It just means 8 a.m. So why did I draw a premium discount? It's actually just plotted by the indicator. Oh. Sorry guys, jet lag's kicking my ass right now. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. I did take yesterday's NQ reversal. You can check that out on my Twitter and talk through it. We got basically the bottom of 10 a.m. No SMT, as is no SMT pre-market. Right now they're just grinding. Someone likes the idea of NQ up here. I don't know who that is, but remember any times like now, either all-time highs or all-time lows, and how did you trade it? I just trade it the exact same way. Typically, I just accept that the heater that I'm on will come to an end if this just wants to keep doing this, you know, because I like to short this or like something in here after this, and then time these, take a few paper cuts, grab a nice winner, then the market reverses a little bit. So yeah, naturally, I just accept that I'm probably going to grab a few more losers. Yeah, Rami, but like, let's just be clear. I've been doing this 10 years. I also have like excess money to take extra risks on those sorts of things. I've got the open coming up in 3 minutes. Chat, we bearish, we bullish? What are we saying? We selling it? What's the like count at? We're at 264 likes. If we can get to 500 likes, then I don't know what I'll do. But let's get some likes. I'm not trading the open. That screwed me last time. Full short, full short. Everyone short. Sell the thing off. Oh, hey, what the heck? This guy's called Kane's son. What the hell? Chilling hard, Kane, till we know what's up with the market. Makes sense. Silver and gold. How many times does it take? How long does it take to reach profitability? Realistically, I know some traders that have, trade profitably after 18, 19 months, but they're like slaving away at this for like days and days and days and days, right? Every single day. Where's the daily manipulation of that? It might be right here. We'll see. Oh, I've got all my indicators off. Oh, look, it's right here. That's it. Frank, we're selling it. We're going to sell it right now because of Frank. Honestly, if we opened up here and sold down and created some swing here, that would be nice. But I would have to be on the button with the 30-second OR today, and I don't really want to do that too much. In an ideal world, we get a spot. If we get a spike with the OR and then it sells down, I would sell the OR. But we'll see. Got the open coming up in a minute. 2-year minimum, and that's rare. It is rare, yeah. I would say like the average person that finds profitability either on their own or with someone like without intensive mentor, and I'm talking like, hands-on, over the shoulder, in an office type of vibe, like professional working environment, I would say like I would say that it's minimum 3-4 years for the average person. You obviously get exceptions to that rule, and some people, just come into the market and are just great at it, but it's so rare. It's just like, it's unheard of. Right, chat. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We've got 20 seconds now till the open. I don't. I don't do one-on-ones. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Whatever you decide to do. There you go. They spiked the high. They're going to send it higher. That's what they gave, like a 5-point drive higher. Yeah, they're selling the absolute biscuits out of this. Already now 20 points to the opening range. It's a bit of a toughie. There you go. We'll see now. They're going to buy it up. What are they going to do, chat? I don't have the opening range on. I'm not looking on this screen, sorry. Because I'm actually just looking over here. ES breaking down. Let's put it on ES as well. Yeah, ES is broke. NQ's breaking now. Buying it back up. Love that. Oh, it's going to be a messy one. For me, if we get a closure below here, right, we could play some like 3-minute closure below here. We could play this with a stop above, aiming for, a breakdown back below these 4-hour lows. Until that actually closes there, I'm not overly interested in it. Because I have to play this 4-hour candle. This 4-hour candle's got 28 minutes. So all I'm really doing is I want to see some closure back below here. Like, can I always sit there and say to myself, if this candle flips like this, with this wick up here like this, right, from here all the way down to here, let's just draw it out. Like this, how much would I kick myself for not being in here or here or here or here or here? Probably a lot. So I just, don't have, we have all the things that are there for it. I just need some higher time frame, gap to be disrespected. And they're just sending it. Like, this is just the worst price action for me. They faked out sending. Could be the fake out. We'll see. We'll see. Just stopping by. Did I sleep well? I did sleep well. Actually, that's a lie. I didn't sleep too well. I slept well enough though. But the jet lag's killing me. Like, I'm trying to get up earlier to combat the jet lag, but I'm just so tired. What is this pink box about? It would just keep expanding. It's not really much for anything now. It just measures the overall move from the low. I like it where it is though, so because I'm typically zoomed in. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I was buying so aggressive up here. Because I don't really care about where they buy, right? Like, they're just long term. They could buy it here, they could buy it lower, they could buy it higher. Like, imagine this. Imagine again, this can go up a lot longer than you think it can consistently. What do they say? The market can remain irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. And what stops it just going up forever? people see value in it, they'll buy it. Well, just ripping. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we take some risky shorts. No, I'm kidding. Irrational exuberance. Yeah. Well, someone there, there's always someone with a bigger boat, they say, unless you're the guy with the biggest boat. But the same applies for trading. There's always someone with a bigger, like a lot more amount of money. And if you're not the guy with the most amount of money, the market can do a lot more things. Oh, do I sell it? Do we sell it? I might take one here, which may seem risky. Like, geez, blew my ears out. Okay, I'm actually in one off of this. Like I said, so I'm actually, my trading view's broken. It keeps kicking me out. So I'm in one here. I haven't really figured out where I'm going to get out of it yet. That's the problem. But I didn't want to miss the entry. Sorry, guys. Where's that line? I have too many lines on my chart. Uh, yeah, I'll get out of it here. 25. 25.50. They might not. Well, ES just absolutely just rocketed and took a high, so the hopes for this are pretty low. We'll see. I want to see if ES continues to push. If ES continues to push, I might just cover. If not, then yeah, we will see. We also have this 3-minute lower. So yeah, so I'm just looking really for corrective move to here. I may even just go break even. No, that's an emotional decision. Um, I just don't want to see ES make a high. Sorry, I'm not actively reading chat. Basically, I just don't want to see ES make another high from here. I want to see it sell. Yeah, that's not what I want to see. That's exactly what I didn't want to see. I haven't closed, but we'll see. Do I get a chance to cover it? Even if not, I'll take the L. And we're out. Okay. Not horrific, not the end of the world. It's kind of was hoping one would play into the other and I could add. They're going to bring it straight back down. We'll see. We'll see. It may not happen right away. What's the target? There was, I mean, I'm right away. What's the normal setup that you would take? Well, this setup's fine, right? Like, I'm getting ticked out of this. So, and it's now going to play. But that was it. Kane is the liquidity. Yeah, where's that guy today? Today is the day that I am the liquidity. I actually I don't think they'll bring it back down after that ES closure a bit higher. Again, happy to be wrong. What I ideally want a long. So that would be nice. These I may have another chance to get into it, but this would need to close and this would also need to crack quite hard. So neither are going to happen. I'm long on gold based on your model. Yeah. The thing about gold, right, is I needed a new 4-hour candle on it. So unless that printed, yeah, it didn't print. Because this candle, I don't want to trade away from this. And then this hourly low did make sense, especially with the open. But it's a rough one, to be honest. It's difficult spot because that 4-hour candle could flip bullish, but I'm not trading on the basis that it will. I was the liquidity today, chat. Picked and then it's gonna go. I hope it does go because I imagine there are a few people in it. It's just gonna go without me today. The really sad part is that I need this now, and from experience, if this does close below here, the next one will open up and just fall. So, or it would just do it now. Do it now. Hate that for us, chat. Well, I hate that for me. I'm sure all of you were counter trading me. Right idea, ticked out. It is what it is. We may not even get all the way to the bottom. ES showing a lot of strength. I'd probably want to buy this weakness. But where do I do that? Well, probably not here. They're selling the Sonic rings out of NQ right now. I could be convinced to buy this 15-minute low. Look at this. This is a long dream on NQ, a short nightmare though. We'll see if it plays still. There's my local SMT2. Yeah, yeah. Holding the open though, not even testing. ES literally straight up, boom, retest, boom, just add, add. The Sonic rings. You know, I've used only ever used that saying once. Other than what I just used it, but yeah. If it doesn't, if the 4 hour doesn't close as a swing, I would just look for 10 to take the high and then trade lower, which is basically what I'm looking for most of the time anyway. Do you use the true open? Define what the true open is. And I don't want to say no and then I use it and it's got a different name. ES target is 6,500. Yeah, that's true. 6,500, 10 a.m. That would make sense. Yeah, Knuckles absolutely punishing NQ and beating the Sonic rings out of him. 6,500. What a level, eh? Very, very, very close. 4 points. They'll probably take it there, right? Oh, the true open is midnight open. I use midnight open as a draw on liquidity. A draw on liquidity. I actually don't use any copy trading as of right now. The only thing I use is trade of 8 groups, and that's on prop. That's it. Typically, I execute on different browsers, different apps, etc. Or I just change accounts inside of TradingView and execute that way. Oh, chat, this hurts. Right idea, just ticked out. Sucks to suck, as I like to say. And then yeah, this closure, just that drop. I'm waiting for signal to short this thing. Yeah. Damn. Is it a new 5 minute? No. Gold is going higher. Okay, let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's running because dollar is probably shifting. No, doing nothing. They just don't like gold right now. I'm inclined to buy off this 15-minute low if ES holds up here. The only bad thing about that is if they suddenly don't like ES up there, which, let's be honest, just opened and it doesn't look like they like it a whole bunch. Then yeah, I'm just gonna wait for 10. Why I'm going higher? Everything going higher. Everything is going higher. Cannot believe they just did that to me, chat. I would like to speak to HR or the CME, please. What point do I change my bias? New 4 hour candle. I pretty much just run 4 hour candle to 4 hour candle and I just trade from high to low. And obviously I'm wrong in the middle sometimes. That's normal, but yeah. Bing, bing, bing. We're already going anywhere, are we, chat, right now? Scalp the open. ES just running and NQ struggling to keep up, which would say that this thing is also going. Yeah. Why can they never? Why did never all three of them just like to move? Is that there's just not enough money or what? The Jim is always edging. Edge man Jim. Dow Jones cured cancer. Hope so. Fuck cancer. There you go. That's just 6,500 ES. No, I don't. No, I don't really. The thing is, why would I trade DAX futures to trade the European session? I don't mind trading at NQ during Europe, during ETH. I actually like trading NQ during ETH. It's slower. I can add more in. I can, you know, I can be obnoxious. Like, it sounds silly, but I don't mind it. Target reached. Yeah, 6,500 is nice. Now, if they send it to 6,600 today, what are you going to do? Would you be upset? Jeez, this is nuts. I've never seen them this bad for a while, which is normally pretty good because I normally just like to short this, but like hurt once. Like I would normally just play this trade over and over and over if it plays, and then on the way back up, I would just add here, reduce risk, add again, reduce risk, and if it ticks me, it ticks me. But would you ever been took out for break even here if you didn't get stopped out? Oh, I mean, I would add here most likely. Yeah, I would be out. You're right. Sorry, I didn't actually acknowledge that this was a new 15-minute candle right here. 15-minute candle takes the low. I would be out break even. I would have round tripped this 100%. I would have round tripped this trade. You're right. Appreciate you for first pointing that out. Yeah, I'm a gambler. Hey, don't speak about yourself like that. Unless you just are a gambler, then silly. Hmm. Uh, right. So anyone know why I wouldn't want to take a short now or like get into a trade with my stop above this high? Like now? Anybody? Yeah, the new 4-hour candle. I want the 4-hour candle to take that. I want it to rip through that high. Yeah, maybe. Especially with ES strength. ES is around a solid level. You just short. You just shorted it. Fair enough. 4-hour coming is close to the close. Yep. There's a few reasons why I just wouldn't want to. Yeah, rejection block. But look at this. ES is like struggling to have a down candle right now. Look, no wick, sold it, immediately sold it down, just buying it back up. There's just no wicks to the downside. SPS has another 20 points to hit 6,500. Yeah, really. So maybe it's the battle of SPX versus. No? Wait, what? Where's my SPX? Do I have it on here? Oh no, this is the CFD one, US 500. I would say I care about this chart more than I do SPX. That's because I do. Battle of options looks heavy. Does it? It just looks like we've gone up and we've gone back to the opening price and we've gone up and we're just in this range right now. This looks like low probability conditions. Gold is clean. Yeah, gold's just probably running, right? It's keeping everyone distracted in indices and gold's just doing its thing. Ooh, Secret Trading get destroyed. Bloody Nora. Well, there goes Sonic's rings, that's for sure. Sonic's on his second life right now. Well, big wicks take out the rings. Yeah. I was liquidity today. Womp, womp, womp. Is that a medium or a large? No, I'm kidding. That's really disrespectful. It's not, but I was just kidding. They're gonna sell this down and make this 4-hour swing. It's crazy. It's crazy. 3 minutes till the close, and they're actually gonna do it. Thing is ES won't, so it's gonna be really hard. The gap will be filled. The gap will be filled. Thanos. All gaps shall be filled. Let's have a look at the gap, shall we? It's quite the gap. One will admit it is quite the gap. I'm not the biggest fan of gaps. Like the big opening gaps, I don't really care about them. We'll see. We've got 2 minutes till 10 a.m. We'll see what it does here at the close of this candle. Close of 9, open at 10, close of the 6 a.m. candle. It's quite a pivotal time in the chart for me. That's what I look for. Right now, I'm leaning that they probably are going to just sell it down. ES looking extremely strong. But they hit that 6,500 level and got a pretty nice, at least 5-point pullback right now. Well, from the high to the low, 8 points. Little fact, if this is the high of the day, I bought the high of the day, chat. That's me. I hope it's the high of the day, purely for comedic reasons. It happens. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever you play silly games, you get silly answers, right? And playing reversals is typically a silly game. I bet you didn't buy a high of the day. Imagine this is just the high of NASDAQ forever. And we just consolidate for the next 20 years. I can be, yeah, I bought, you know, 24,067 and 25. I bought it. Can you imagine? That would make my life, actually. I would love that. We got 10 in 20 seconds. We'll see. We will see what they're gonna do. Are they gonna close it as the swing on a 4 hour here, or do we just get bearish after 7 seconds? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, they didn't. That's crazy from them. However, they did on an hourly. So I basically just want to look to buy at the 9 a.m. low right now. Especially with ES being above the open. NQ's just 6 sister and pretty weak. Well, if I was in one still, I'd be floating up 1,000 right now. This is a nice level. No 4 hour swing to the upside. Hourly low on NQ. ES has got a lot of room though. That's the only thing throwing me off of this equation. I think you're looking a bit different today for where I made a swing. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what that does, though, in all honesty. It's just because it's got different liquidity, right? Less money being traded on it. If you long, wouldn't you be going against H1 candle 3? Yeah, exactly. But the only thing is there's nothing here, and this did break quite heavy, right? So it's looking pretty sick right now. Catching the knife lost me 3 fingers on the way up, but now it's 7 fingers left. I'm going to post this epic screenshot later. But let's go. 7-finger gang, W. I either need to figure out a way to get short here, or I need to wait for 11 to get long, and I don't really like that. Do I short this low on the basis that this is going to hold? It's a nice retest to the open, and then it push away. But I think the likelihood is that this just gets brought back up because of this structure. The structure looks so bullish. And 9 a.m. open, 10 a.m. open is right here. No wick, no wick. Well, very little wick. Yeah. Wait, why? NQ took the hourly and ES didn't. Yeah. The thing is that this swing is fucking rough for me. This hourly swing. That's the rough part for me right now. This is looking like it wants to sell off. I just can't make up my mind. Every different time frame tells me a different thing, and that tells me I probably just shouldn't touch this. Hourly's like, yeah, NQ shorts. Hourly on ES is like, yeah, bullish. 4 hour looks for continuations on both. 15-minute on NQ just looks horrific. What does my model tell me to do? Hmm. My model says it should be short, but I got stopped out. So that's the really rough bit. And it played. That's the horrific bit, is that it just basically played off of this anyway. Oh, wow. I'm so silly. Oh, this was just my mistake, apparently. This is just hindsight. Why don't I see this in real time? Oh, because I was too busy laughing about the fact I got stopped out by a tick. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I should be short for the next hour, basically, and I'm not. So that kind of puts me in a really silly position. But then you have this massive divergence. I just don't want to. I don't want to be long here because I don't want to. I don't want them to see to sell off ES and then NQ just absolutely lose its floor. Um, Ultimately, I'm probably going to look for something like this and try and grab this move here. Whether that's here or whether that's here, yet to be decided. But that's what I'm planning on doing. I want to be a seller above this opening price. You are now in most of our positions. Most of us don't catch tops or bottoms like you normally. Welcome to the world, my friend. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. I mean, I say I'm an idiot. I just should have not. I should have seen this gap, but I imagine because of this, I'm just not seeing it. I should have just deleted this, took the chart off. It's okay. I will still sell this if I get the chance to get above 10, which ES just did. Okay, 30 seconds. That does not work. That does work. Team. Is that a new 5? It's a 5. They don't like it here. I would join one, give me a closure below, and then my trade would look something like this. I really don't like this a whole bunch. I'm selling a low, but we'll see. I just don't want to take this low before it does either of those. Here's my time to get in. Do I want to get in? Hesitation. Hesitation is a bitch. Uh, okay, and do you ever consider sizing down for moments like this? Yeah, I do. I'm in now. It's going to run straight to my stop immediately. I did size that. This is just I'm only in for one on, but well, I was in for one originally, and I'm only in for one on this. So yeah, I just want to basically be able to go break even at this low. This isn't my trade. I'm going to be aiming for this, which may sound a bit extreme, but we will see how it plays out and where I'm able to trail to and how. Is super risky. I don't love it. I'm actually just trying to get in the move that I'm supposed to be in for at least the next hour. I'm trying not to counter trend. Trade my original trade is basically the idea that I'm trying to portray here. I should be in a trade more or less to this area. And I wanted to get short above the open. The same open on ES here got tagged right here. So I would be short on ES around this level. So now I just need to time that, basically. I'm in one. If we get stopped here and I get another entry here, I would do it again. If not, and we're trailing lower, I would just trail with this move down, with midnight being my primary target. 942. I don't want to see divergence here, though. I just want to see them both politely trade through. Why don't you buy below the 4 hour? Because I should be short. This is the thing, right? Is I missed my trade, right? I got stopped here. I should have been back in here, or actually right here. And I missed it. I would have got stopped break even, but I should still be in it. Okay. I'm gonna go break even. I don't want to see this come back into this area now. So basically, this is a riskier trade, right? And I don't want to see it reverse on me. And the main thing that I want to see is this continued weakness in NQ and ES catching up. And if that doesn't play, I'll happily get stopped on it because I should be in a short. I don't want to be long, but I do want to be long. And that's the problem is for me to be long here, I can't be in I can't be in my short from above. So I'm now saying if I was in my short up here, right? If I'm in my short up here and I now should stay short for the next hour, where would I be happy to just say, hey, I'm actually just okay with the market now. I'm going to leave it. It would be midnight because that basically retraces most of the overnight move. Let's say overnight London move. Obviously we have this low. So yeah, this is just not me. I don't like this. So I'm already break even on it. My break even price is 999.5. So it's right here. Correct. Yeah, I'm just looking for the next hourly candle to expand lower, and then the hour after that, 11, we can long from it. So either we hit this, or at 11, I'm closing on the 10 a.m. low. That's the idea. I just want to see them be heavy with it. Don't really want to see much buying from them up here. Say up here, it's down here at this point. No. So the reason, sorry for those of you that are joining late, I keep getting kicked out of TradingView. TradingView made an update to their thing, and now for whatever reason, it just refreshes and asks me to log in every 2 minutes. And as great as that is, I don't want to be middle of a trade and it kick me out, and I'm sitting here flustering. So I have TradeAvate open on my other screen, and I'm sharing my trading view because for those of you that weren't here last week, I was sharing my entire monitor and leaked my entire emails, and there was a password in there that I got emailed, and I had to change that. Don't go looking for it; it's been deleted. So, yeah, as a precaution, I'm sharing trading view but executing on TradeAvate, and that's the trade. So. And look, just so we can all be on the same page. And it's NQ. You know what? Just because I know that I'll get a bunch of people will be like, wow, I think I'm about to get stopped, so it's kind of irrelevant. So yeah. $30 what times this? 10, new 15. It's not even valid for me. I would need to see a new low to even contemplate. The problem I do have with this is that this is right here. And it's something worth paying attention to. I don't want to see this push and then get caught in this. I'm happy with my break even if we get hit, because that would suggest to me that ES is showing some sort of strength here. What makes you switch to look for longs in the next hour? Not necessarily just look for longs, but I would look for some sort of reversal, because that's just my model. My model is wait for the expansion, wait for some indecision, and then trade the indecision. And if I'm wrong, the market will tell me I'm wrong. And if I'm right, I get to benefit from that indecision. Where's Knuckles when we need him? Let's knock the Sonic rings out of NQ. Come on. What makes you price action is wild, impossible to trade it? Yeah, it's a little bit weird. No, it's not actually. I mean, why is it weird? I mean, this was a nice like topping pattern, I guess, signal, reversal structure, whatever. This suggests continuation after setting, pausing, NQ failing. I just got stopped. NQ failing, and then now ES is showing strength, still above this hourly low, finding support at the open. I don't think it's necessarily weird. Yeah, so I got stopped on that. So right idea, but I just, like I said, don't really like this, especially there just seems to be a lot of buying on ES right here. So GG's. I do have a 4-hour low on NQ now though. Oh, that's even worse. ES at the open, NQ basically giving me a reversal signature here. I think I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna leave it, let it do its thing. I'll mark the model just so that everyone's aware of it. It's that 4-hour low. I didn't actually see this 4-hour low. And then you have that hourly low from here. And then you have that. So now what you want to see is you want to see all of these buy back up above all of them. 4-hour low. And now you want to see it buy back up. Where to? To the open. Basically the same as yesterday. This is literally the setup that appeared yesterday. I'm not in it. But yeah, this is the setup. I don't like it a whole bunch. I'm just marking the model. I'm choosing not to take it today. If that bites me in the behind, so be it. the divergence obviously puts a lot of people off in situations like this when the two assets are both basically trading into strong positions, 4-hour lows, hourly low structure, basically falling off, ES showing strength around that opening range area. You know, basically this is the 5 minute on ES. This is basically the mid of the five, right? That 5 minute mid. They're diverging quite a lot. Typically, ES has shown a lot of strength all morning. Why fade strength out of this zone on ES? And do you really think that this is in a much better position? Do you think that this is going to stay sick or get onside? My preference with it, and that's obvious, is that it would just get onside because I don't want to particularly fade bullish assets that are just making all-time highs. This is like a nice long all-time high signature for me, right? So we'll see. Like I said, I don't actually want to take it. I'm feeling a little bit all over the place after missing this. And like I said, right now it's kicking me in the nuts. If that so happens to be the way, that so happens to be the way, right? I look at gold more and more, especially as we like venture into all-time high categories. I don't love trading at all-time high markets. Gold has a lot more structure on it. It's obviously a lot more volatile. So I don't mind it. I didn't really like the idea of gold longs today. ES just see now how ES is selling. NQ looked relatively strong. Well, they weren't exactly selling it. They're not in the selling mood on this. This just looks like it's going to catch up, which is what I wanted to avoid, like really badly. By the way, thanks a lot for these streams. Thank the Ninja team. They put in all the effort. I just turn up, share my screen, and do the thing I do every day. But I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Price should start to range waiting on Trump. What time is Trump speaking today then? Or I didn't see that. All right, we're back. ES looks like I could take the opening range low here. Oh yeah, that's where they get you though, isn't it? It's where they get you. 24K big round number ping. Yeah, true. True. To be honest though, in an hour, okay. The thing that normally matters to me is big round numbers on ES. It's not necessarily big round numbers on NQ that I like so much. The ES big round numbers, and ES just came off 6,500, which is a very big round number, right? How was New York? Yeah, it was good, bro. You know, I had a nice time, got a lot done. Caught up with a bunch of friends there, made some more friends through friends. Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. So the Chicago meetup was amazing. Thanks to all the guys that came out. It was quality. So yeah, all in all, a very good, successful US trip. I cannot complain. The more we sit here, the more I feel inclined to take this with ES pushing a little bit lower. There you go. And that is why I don't. I would now take it even more. If we came back, gave us it again, my invalidation for the trade would be lower. Yeah. W for me and not taking this one today. This is the thing. NQ gets into a strong position. ES gets into a strong position. If they suddenly sell ES, NQ also doesn't play ball. And they did it right before the 30, sorry. Oh, it's a new 15 low. Yeah. It's sad, but it's just how it's going to be. How it's got to be. Uh, Sucks to suck, doesn't it? I got stopped on a short and stopped break even on my second short. Oh well. Would you ever quit vaping? I don't want to say never. I'm assuming at some point I would like to. Um, Maybe you should have longed towards those round numbers. Yeah, but there's no like logical reason. It's just, psychology and people like to sell or buy around those areas, you know? I don't know, maybe you should have long oh, you should have. I was fading shorting all day, lost a lot, and now I'm close to break even, actually down $5. Fair. That is fair enough. ES took out this hourly low, no hourly swing, 4 hour lows. I I would no longer be in my short, realistically. I'd be trading quite heavily because after this hourly low, this starts to buy back up. This is where I naturally get more bullish. No setup though, so nothing really to report. I think this midnight is just a draw still. Do you subscribe to the concept of double purge? Sure. Um, Even though that's a loss, is it your model to a T? If you had to take your pitch perfect, or would you wait for a 15-minute swing? It depends on the context. Like we have this 15-minute low. We have this 15-minute low. I don't really care about 15-minute swings because I can typically get back into those. If say like ES buys up, sells down here, and I get stopped, I can then get back into this if this reverses. Like that's the whole point of it. I don't try and time the lower time frame swing. I'm trying to just position myself in these swings. Um, so yeah, but we're very, very close to previous day high. Have I ever tried just playing the breakdown? Um, what do you mean? Well, I really fumbled that short. I fumbled both of these, chat. Really, you know, today from a journal perspective, it will be not very nice things about myself. Idiot. Wake up, you know. Are you negative in your journal? No, I'm just real. I'm just very honest. If I traded bad, I will say, I will use language, like quite harsh language. Traded like shit today. Like great in like the model percent itself, great in hindsight. What could I have done better? Because that's just how I am, right? Um, so yeah, overall, not the best, and that's just the truth, right? Too bad. Do you know how many interceptions Tom Brady threw? I hope you know, but yeah, we hit pop flies. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about football in general, either sport. At 10 a.m., it isn't necessary to see the previous hourly high be swept or the previous 9 a.m. H1 candle. Is that acceptable too? Sorry, let me think about this. At 10 a.m., is it necessary to see the previous hourly high swept or the previous 9 a.m.? Okay, so if the 9 a.m. candle swept the 8 a.m. candle, then the 10 a.m. candle should just expand without taking the 9 a.m. high. That's the logic, right? That a lot of people use. Yeah. So no. The negativity isn't coming from a place of like, I'll read it and be negative about it. It comes from a place of like, if I traded like shit, I need to be able to tell myself I traded like shit. Like, you know? And sure that I'm sure there is, people that wouldn't benefit from reading that from themselves. I just have to be extremely real with myself and accept when I did a bad job, right? Because that's the one variable I control. I can't control what the market's going to do. I can't control any of that. The only thing that I can control is what I do with the market when it does it. That's it. That's all I can do. And if I can't hold myself accountable to do that thing, then this life that I get to live and enjoy and reap all the benefits of being a successful trader, I can only do that for so long if I don't turn up and treat it with respect and all those things. So I have to be harsh on myself. Just like an athlete is always trying to push themselves to do more. Again, I'm not suggesting that this is anywhere close to the level of, focus and determination, etc., that an athlete might need. It's not even close, but they're critical of themselves just as much. Like I shorted here, my stop was above here, and after sweeping this, I got anxious, I guess, in trading this and closed, and now we're about to hit that TP, and that trade was you know what hasn't hit yet, but this is a 58-point trade. It's 4R. I get to risk nothing for that. How do I normally determine if I did a bad job? Well, I get to look at the chart and see, did the model present itself? Yes. Was I there? No. Did I trade well? No. So if the model presented itself and I didn't trade the model correctly, then whose fault is that? Mine, because the model was there. Other people that traded the model that were on their A game today would have took those trades. All right. So what now? I'm not going to trade. Like I said, I'm not trading it. I don't really want to. This presents itself. It's the model. Again, very close to this. Wouldn't want to front run this, hence why I don't want to. 4 hour low. 4 hour low. ES took the 4 hour low. Hourly low. They're all below these 4 hourly lows. And then you have this 15-minute low now that's just taken here. And then you have this 30-second inversion that just printed right here. And now, as a generalized target, you'd want to see this buy up before 11 to here. And if that happens, then for me, the target would be the high of the day. Yeah, it's the same model. The Chart Fanatics video obviously doesn't go into all of the specifics of the model because I had an hour a little over an hour to go over every last bit. And we were actually just mainly going over power of three. So yeah. One loss, one break even. I'll walk away with that on the day. and come back later in the afternoon and probably look for something. And that's if this doesn't take this low before, I guess, 7:45 or sorry, 10:45 or 11. Um, but even though I don't plan on taking it, I like drawing them out, just so that I can see how things react to them when they get there. Wow, we are literally ticked away from midnight. Crazy from them. I really don't like this until that midnight level's hit, and that sucks. It could not hit it, and it could run. So if I was in a long, I would be sorry, if I was in that short still, I'd have my stop trailed to this area because I don't want to see that run into there, or maybe even no, I'd be trailed probably like here. I don't want to see this breakout here. So I would probably just trail to reduce exposure and lock in some sort of profits. Yeah. I quite literally bought the high of the day so far. So now I definitely want it to come back to the high. Oh, oh, we got stopped out now. Why are we even bothered? They're gonna do it. Sadly, no gap in here. No, no. Maybe I'm too zoomed in. No, maybe I'm way too zoomed in. No, 5 minute high. Hmm. Tough one, boys and girls. Very, very tough one today. I don't like that this is here. Am I taking the long? No, I'm not taking anything. I'm confused. Why would you take a short at 10 a.m. when the 4 hour candle did not create that swing? What did the 9 a.m. candle do? Is it possible? Could you explain how you minimize costs, e.g., exchange rates, with opening a futures account? You can't. I don't minimize it anyway. Um, yeah, Trump's talking. There was a gap on the 30-second. Yeah, but it's the same gap. Where's the gap? It's this gap here, but this low got made. So I don't really, and they were already traded here, traded into, no, I don't like that. I need another low, which is perfect for me because it then hits midnight and then I'm like out of my long, out of my short, pretty much across the board in my head. And then naturally I can look for longs. But no, it's hit. I don't know why it's, oh, I know why it's still showing because I'm on the 30-second. Yeah. The 30-second is messed up for this. So yeah, you're right. You're completely right, Darren. Hmm. Hmm. That changes things. Why don't I trade well today? I just didn't. There's no real excuse for it, to be honest. I shorted here, right? Stopped. Watched this. Yeah, it's gonna run without us. And then I would have been break even on this, which is fine. I would have been either way if I got in here. That wouldn't be a problem. I'd have been break even. I then break even too early on this. Should have been break even here, not yeah, here instead of here. I needed to wait for this 15-minute candle to print, which it printed right there. And then I'm break even here, stop above here, break even here, 24. And then I'm TPing at midnight. Again, I'm on the 30 seconds, so midnight doesn't show correctly. But like here. And now I want to see a 15-minute swing, hourly swing, potentially. Buy back up. This hourly isn't going to buy back up. I'd be very shocked if the next 15 minutes it buys back up. With Trump's speech soon, with a 4-hour low, go into midnight. ES took out this 4-hour low. No 4-hour swings on either side. Naturally, I'm bullish here. This just messing around, probably going to be the death of, someone. These markets, when they just consolidate like this, it's rough. ES took out the low. Got some divergence now. Was really that bad going to be where you did, considering the entry short was in discount, meaning we could have had a deeper retrace to below. Sorry, let me read this. Kane, post videos and more content. You definitely inspire us. And besides, you're one of the best traders. Post more. Yeah, but look, there's only so many hours in a day, right? There will be more content. It's just, it needs to feel good enough to put out, in all honesty. That's how I feel about it. Bullish from here on ES. Not sure what you're bullish on. So you problem, not me problem. If ES 1 hour closes below 8 a.m. open, making 1 hour change later, it would long be off the table for you. Not really, to be honest. I don't really. I'm a 4-hour PO3 trader. I don't really care what the hourly does. Just use the hourly in 15 minutes to confirm my entries. So really, when they align, and just my probability spike. Was it really that bad going to be where you did, considering the entry short was in discount, meaning we could have had a deeper retracement, taking your stop loss before heading lower? No, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. Structurally, though, yeah, I don't think you're wrong. but this trade is me getting onside with my overall trade that I should have been in, right? I should have caught all of this, and it's just on me as to why I didn't. 3 and 5. Yeah, but the 5's really high up, and so's the 3. Oh no, the 5's lower. The 3 is really high. Do you measure premium and discount on every leg down on the way? Yeah, I do. Projecting off that 1 hour further leg up seems to be the bounce can break it. Maybe. Watching here in Brazil. From the bank, man. Appreciate you, brother. You should be happy you had the idea nailed. Yeah, the idea. Yeah, I'm happy that the move's there, right? It's better not buy back up before the next hourly sweep. Yeah, I mean it's too late now. That's the other thing. NQ tag midnight open on my chart. Do you have it marked properly? Yeah, I can show you what the thing is on the 30-second chart, and I can get this fixed, is it marks the other side of the midnight. So instead of the opening price, like this bit right here, it marks this bit. So yeah. Ultimately it has been hit. It has been hit. However, it just on the 30-second it hasn't. On the 30-second it has now as well. If you're looking for manipulation after 10 a.m. and the H4 candle high is different from the H1 candle high, what do you use? I'm confused. Like, if I'm trading 10 a.m., the 4-hour and the hourly candle that I'm trading is the same. Because that's how candles work. $9.20 has to hold. I'll tell you this though, there is absolutely nothing in this chart that ever has to hold. For me, at least. I think it's hilarious data that NQ is below previous day low. It has to hold for you to go long. Yeah, fair. Once you took out 9 a.m. on the hourly, wouldn't that only unlock the 3-minute? Why? You stop looking for longs at 11. I'm probably just not going to touch this. I'll probably come back a bit later. 11. I would like to see 11 take the low and then run, but again, do I really want to long now after this and pretty big move that I missed? I probably will trade it later, and yeah, we'll hope for the best. Didn't give us a 4-hour sweep. Are you good, brother? I'm confused. I'm confused what you're talking about. Someone say banana. They did. Bullish on bananas. What is the potassium intake you need? I'm intrigued. How many bananas would you need? Today we didn't get a 4-hour sweep for what? Only 3 bananas? I'm not sure if I believe that. Dalton, I'll tell you why. Because context of the chart changes things. That's why. Because all I'm trying to do is trade leg to leg. I'm not trying to trade everything, right? So I'm not trying to trade the whole move. I'm just trying to trade the legs to the legs. And like right now, this has been so efficiently delivered. It's just going to keep going, probably like you say. Eight bananas a day to meet your recommended potassium intake per day. Really? That seems a bit much. 8 bananas. Know what I'm saying? Is potassium specific to body weight, height? I don't know. I can't imagine my little sister eating 8 bananas. She's going to overdose on potassium. It also seems like a lot of sugar. No, there's no 4-hour sweep to the upside. Guys, let's just be clear, right? There's no 4-hour sweep on NQ to the upside, right? There's in sorry. Yeah. This did not sweep. Yeah, it didn't. However, what did it do on the hourly? Is it did. So this 10 a.m. candle is just set to expand lower. And me taking longs in here is just high risk. That's just how it is. I'm aware of that. I'm also okay with that. Why? Because the context of this changes. We have a 4-hour low now. We also have a 4-hour low on ES. Buying up out of this 4-hour low is more important than this being an expansion candle because I care more about the 4-hour chart. I just use the hourly as a way to get in and out. If 11 opens and rips and takes like trades back up to the high today, then what? No hourly sweep. But in hindsight, I'll have a 4-hour candle, and actually, NQ just went on to take another 4-hour candle low below midnight. So like the context of the chart changes the things that I do. Like it's not as simple as, yeah, I just, I wait for 10 and I just, I short as soon as 10 o'clock comes online, we take 9 a.m. high. Because that's not profitable long term. Potatoes have more potassium. Interesting. Less sugar as well. No? Yeah, Kellogg's push cereal as the breakfast, as a breakfast. Breakfast wasn't even a meal, was it? I don't know. Maybe that's just some story that someone told me sometime. High carb potatoes, starch instead of sugar. All fruit and veggies have K plus. Took us long at 940, stop under overnight low. Ah, it seems like a nice area. You want to see that push now? Makes sense. ES looking heavy. You want to see ES come on side, I guess. What would make you want a long right now? Not much. The earlier 4 hour imbalance is invalid at this point, right? Which this one? Not really, because I just care about this 4 hour low. I don't really care about this actual imbalance. Took out this low, so it's probably invalid. But again, same thing on ES is currently holding up. Context is important. Remember that. Without context, it's kind of silly. Hassan, I thought we only sweep on the hourly that would unlock the 3 minute IFVG. So, what's what? I'm really confused, bro. I think you're overcomplicating it, and you're confusing me. What's the question? We're currently below a 4 hour low, an hourly low, and we were below a 15-minute low. Here, it doesn't really, literally, does not. I like. You can trade any inversion here. You can trade a 5, a 3, a 1, 30-second. You can trade any of these. That's all the model. You getting confused that like there's no hourly sweep here. Well, yeah, but the entry mechanism is here at the turn in 3 minutes. Then yeah, you would go break even. That's it. Again, though, we have 4 hour high because you're positioned up here. Hourly high, 15-minute high. You're able to trade all of them. Good morning, sir.
Oh, what up? Dude,
What
they keep
up?
throwing me in without telling me anything.
They just throw you in.
Yeah.
It's
Hey, you didn't get long.
could be worse. I didn't, mate. No, I missed a short, and I'm just so prone to go on tilt when I do that. So
Dude, that short. Yeah, I didn't get that short, but it was a banger short, man.
yeah, crazy to be honest. And I'll be annoyed about it most of the day. That's just who I am, though. So um, typically I give myself one shot to get on side with it, like I did, and I get risk off because I understand that that's just chasing it. Got risk off, and then it plays out, and it just kicks you in the nuts twice, and it's just like now I'm gonna go downstairs, kick the dog, shout at the cat. No animals would actually be harmed. I don't own any animals, so just
Everybody put your phone
metaphorically.
down, put your pitchforks down.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
put them down, put them down. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah, so
that would have been a
rough day for me,
silly
bro.
short.
Rough day. But the long I like, and I know that they're not sharing your screen, but your long basically the similar entry to how I would have got long.
Yeah.
50, 75. I think you'd have actually got a better entry than me.
I got 50. I was a bit late. I was a little scared because I was like, well, it's just going down. I was like, you know what? I'll take this stab because I was able to risk a lot tighter, like 8 points. So I was like, okay, well, we'll give it a shot because the move down, that little sweep, trapped a bit of volume. So that's something I always like to see. If they didn't do that, I wouldn't get this long, but they did try to slam it a little lower. Finally, they couldn't get what they wanted. So to me, it's a opportunity to get long, quickly take the risk off because I wouldn't want it to come back here.
No,
So we'll sit in it. We'll see. Pray for me.
I'll pray for you, brother. I think you're, oh, I don't know. With NQ,
Well,
you
if
never
you
know,
say
right?
that it's a
Like,
long you'd take.
It's definitely a long I would take. Like the problem is that in a minute's time, it's not a long I would take. Do you know what I mean? So it's a long I would take on the basis that it's the time frame that we're in. But now we got the turn. I wouldn't want to be in the trade, so I would just be break even on the premise that the 4 hour time frame is just going to take us higher. That's typically how I work. But yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
I'm break
solid.
even too because I don't want it if it's gonna fail this upside right here. I would rather be risk off. So
Yeah, if it's gonna go, it has to go like now, right?
Yep.
You just want to see like the hourly turn and everything just get bullish. And if they don't and they just want to sell it down, they will just sell it into the low most likely. But
they're still definitely selling that range, which is not good, but
yeah,
we'll see.
yeah. Good luck, brother. I wish you well. And I will see you soon. Chat. Appreciate you guys today.
Thanks, brother.
Ciao, ciao.
All right, so they are literally tickling my stop. So soon they're gonna go grab it. Yeah, the thing I don't like is the range that price should be accelerating out of right now. They are certainly not doing so. There is a passive offer that's sitting there, pretty heavy. The higher low hold is good. It created the opportunity for buy side to get up there again, get back up here, edge of the node. But they're having the same issue they've been having. There's a passive offer, and there needs to be enough buy interest. Yeah, we will see, but my risk is protected. Good morning, guys. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, I mean, it helps to hear that Kane would also take this long. There's a little bit of confluence there. Yeah, honestly, we'll see. We'll hope for the best right here, and no, they're gonna grab me. Yeah, so they took out my stop there. Unless they just wicked me out and they're really gonna go now. It's possible, but keep a close eye. The offer is still really strong here, so being really careful. So the way I'm looking at it now is if they can't access into these 40s, I still don't think we're gonna see more downsides in the short term, at least. Because there's a lot of absorption here. They did attempt lower and they failed it. There is some stuck selling right now. I'm just trying to see if there's enough buying. There's not enough buying, so I'm gonna buy at the 44s. 30 lots, 50 lots total. Just watching the tape right now, guys. Still looks pretty strong on the sell side. So they're tapping into that volume that got stuck earlier. If they start tapering into it, I will initiate another long attempt, but right now it looks like they want to auction it. It's a reloaded offer. Offer is still stacking up on the book, so we are hands off. Go Birds. Yeah, El Grande. JD. Was that not an inverse head and shoulders, that long attempt right here? Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, it's heavy offer, so we're letting it go. Grisha, I don't really I don't want to say I don't care, but I don't care too much about resting orders the way a lot of people do, because to me, the market hasn't made any decision related to it. Um, it's when a resting order shows up and they actually show, do they want to fill or are they going to pull? Because you never know, right? So if they fill, then I'm like, okay, what are you going to do after that? So and so. Yes, swept it a little bit. This offer is heavy, guys. Super heavy. Tape's still heavy. It's too short, or it's too late for me to try to get a short down here, but we'll see if the market gives us anything. Am I from Philly? No, I'm from LA. Good morning, guys. Stowe, you're on the wrong account again. Hey, Nick. Yeah, so no, I'm from LA. The reason I am an Eagles fan is because when I was really, really young, there was a game called NFL Blitz. If anyone remembers, you are old. It was NFL Blitz, and I didn't know what team to pick. So I was like, which one's got the coolest jerseys, right? And I really liked the Kelly Green. So I played the Eagles. And then, as you get older, you start to watch football, and I'm like, well, all I know is this team with the really cool Kelly Green jerseys, the Eagles. No, this was before Xbox. This was like PS1. Games just came out. Games just came into existence. Um, that's how old I am. So that's the beginning of my Philly fandom. It was because simply I really liked the Kelly Green back in the day, and when I started watching football, I was like, I don't know, but I'm gonna cheer for this team because that's the team I play NFL Blitz with. And through the years, I just cemented myself as an Eagles fan. Yeah, so this is before I mean, anyone that lives in LA here, you'll see Eagles gear. Now you see Eagles this, Eagles that. Like the bandwagon is on since the Nick Foles championship, right? Against the Pats. Before that, growing up, I don't see any Eagles gear anywhere in LA, but you know how it is. Any team that's winning, you'll see it. You'd see I mean, I'd see Kansas City here and there stuff. Not so much anymore, obviously. But yeah, that's the story of my Philly fandom. It's yeah, I mean the games were sick back then, right? You had NFL Blitz and eventually I also love the NBA, so there was like NBA Courtside on N64. Shootout, NBA Shootout was the PlayStation version. Yeah, it was sick. I hated that you could never choose Michael Jordan because he never licensed himself to any games. So you'd have to go into create a character and you just try to create MJ. Memories just flooding back, man. It was Blitz, Shootout, um, and then NBA Live came along before 2K killed them back in I think mid 2000s. NBA 2K really took over. We had NBA Live, Mortal Kombat, yeah, all the stuff. There's a Twisted Metal show now based on the game, I'm assuming. If anyone remembers Twisted Metal. Yeah, those are the days, man. NBA Jam, yeah. And they still got NBA Jam in some arcades and stuff. What's your choice of sport? NBA. Grew up playing basketball since I can remember. Um, Watched basketball since I can remember. NBA and also after that would be the NFL. Anything beyond that, I don't really follow. So I'll watch UFC here and there because a lot of my buddies like it. So yeah, follow UFC a little bit, but I'm a basketball, football guy. Mostly a lot more so basketball. Football season's almost coming back. That's exciting. Finally, something to watch. 2-on-2. You're talking about Jam. There was also Street. I think Street only had like 2 games. I remember you could pick the Yeti Snowman on that thing. It was funny. All right. How do you make sense of the red and blue numbers? Okay, so the red and the blue is delta. So it's my gauge of aggression, right? You see a lot more red. There's a lot more net market sell than market buy. So, right here you see -19. At this specific spot, there is currently -30, -141. That's more market sell than market buy. That's what the red and blue numbers are. And, it displays the aggression, if it's being rewarded, who is more, taking a more initiative approach to driving a market. So right now you're seeing, an offload of supply. The market has just been going down, and every time you see blue, right, that's market buying that can't get through the sell interest passively. So this is showing us that, hey, there is more supply than demand in the market today for sure. My long attempt was because, as you know, it's going down, I'm just hands off. Hey, keep going. And they swept it. They built a little bit and they couldn't get back in that range. So I was like, okay, maybe this can be the turn. So I got long here. I mean, we got a good 20 points out of it. I just didn't take any off because, I mean, I'm like, either we're break even, a pretty good risk, or this thing makes us like 8K, at least 8K. So I'm not going to take off for like 2K, where now my conditions can be break even or 8+, right? When I execute, it's all about what are my possible scenarios. Obviously, you never want big red. So the 3 that you always start off with is the stop out, which is like small red, into like small green or scratch or decent or big green, right? So as the trades are developing, the conditions change, and you always want to manage based on what the outcome can be now. So that's how I manage my trades. A lot of people freak out like, you have 2K open profit, take it. Like you don't know what my 1R is. You don't know like what I usually look for, what I usually stop out with. So it's got to make sense, right? Position size over time as trade becomes more consistent. Yeah, right now my position size is anywhere from I always think of it as a ticket cost to entry. The stop, you've got to pay for it. It's not, oh, I hope it doesn't hit my stop. You've got to pay for it mentally. Anywhere from like 1,200 to 2,000 is the higher end. I'd like to stay under, maybe like 18-ish. And it depends. What kind of stop do I need? How much size can I put on to make the ticket cost be okay, make sense? So yeah. Dude, yeah. I mean, I played Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 to I think 3. 1 to 3 on PlayStation. Oh, and then we had Grand Theft Auto just debuting at some point. Yeah, man. The memories, yeah, they're flooding in before you needed to worry about if the market goes up or down. Oh yeah, SSX Tricky. That was a snowboard game, right? LMR Garcia? Dude. NinjaTrader, Mike Chaps. It is an OFL indicator. So you'd have to go to Orderflow Labs, sign up, and you'll get the leg to leg delta profile. The one down here is free. It's called Tape Reader. You can get that for free. You sign up for the freemium. Yeah, I don't keep track of college football or basketball. So rookies that come in, I never know anything about them. What do I look for when delta on the highs low is tapering? Tapered delta is cool, but I'm a little more specific on what I like to enter with. I want to see if you have level 2, if you've got a dom, you can see the bid and market orders. And I'm waiting for, let's just say right now I want to see a bid step in, which they are, right? There's a taper kind of on the sell side into this area here. There's a bid that's showing, they're trying to lift offer, but I want to see the most recent participants, which is where that volume would be. I want to see them off sides, and I want to see the market kind of reject going back to that range. So we haven't seen that yet because, well, the offer is getting rewarded. So it could taper now, it can go up, and the market can do what it's been doing all day, and it's showing, hey, there's just not enough bid interest to drive it higher, and the sell interest remains. And you see the offers just reload and reloading because they want to offer this thing, and it goes. So you can show me taper delta, that's fine, but until they stop getting rewarded, there's no reason for me to, like, you can see I'm looking at the chat. They can just keep going, and I don't want to get short this low, right? On a high time frame, look at this. Right, we're heading into this area where if I get short now, I'm playing against what could bid, and where would my risk be? The market's not really giving me the best risk parameters, so I got to let this go. Yeah, so I'm just letting it go. The market doesn't just like V shape everywhere up and down. It takes time to turn. So I can read the chat. I can let this go. I don't need to stare at the DOM because if they're going to set up a reversal, it's going to take some time. So Trader Nautilus, I hope that makes sense. Taper is cool, but how do you know if it's going to be and stay that way versus, hey, it's just for now. And then they're going to slam it further. Nick. Nick, we became streamers before GTA 6 came out. I mean, we've been low key for a long time. We've liked it that way, and look at us now. I say things like, "Good morning, chat. Hey, chat." I got trolls in the chat all before GTA 6. Did I skip anything? Lucas, wait for the 4-hour fair. That's hieroglyphics to me. I don't trade that way. My 4-hour, my fair value gap is a low volume area in the volume profile. So similar concept. I hope you can forgive me. Yeah, as our trader, these are OG games, man. How long have I been trading for? 2020, COVID. I'm like a COVID trader. My first deposit into a futures brokerage was April 2021. You can guess how that went. Did I start with the order flow? No. I was like a 5-minute price action scalper. And then eventually, coming across the guys like Leo and the order flow labs guys got me into order flow. And in the beginning, I'm looking at it, it just looks like hieroglyphics. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm like, where are the candles? You see bubbles, you see this, you see footprints, you see volume profiles. I'm just like, what am I looking at? Okay, so yeah, so it took a while. Luckily, they were good resources to learn from. So again, I'm watching this for a potential bid. It could happen. I'm not going to take it just because we're in the area. I want to see them in a vacuum stop going lower, which they are doing a decent job of now. They're turning the tape a little bit. I'll be patient with it. Yeah. How are you get volume profile on the far right? I'm using the OFL profile. I think it default. I just ripped this book off of Leo. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I couldn't recreate this book. Ripped it off of Leo. So what you're seeing in this whole workspace is a default OFL workspace. Minor tweaks to my liking, but essentially this is what you'll get. I didn't build it out. So unfortunately, I can't really tell you. Lucas, I hope it works for you. That's just not how us order flow traders look at the market. I'm sure you're a 7-figure trader. Crash Bandicoot? Yeah, dude. Yeah, and they had Spyro. Spyro 2, man. Okay, so definitely that was again, this is a spot, guys. Pretty good for bid, and they are certainly bidding it. It's a pretty decent hold. I want to try to get a rebid. How many 10K deposits? How many 10K? A handful. How many 5? A handful. How many 20? A handful. Um, no, it's usually 10, but luckily not too long after, just a few months after, um, I discovered props. So props were newer. So that certainly helped discovering props. Yeah, a lot of people harp on them, but they do a lot in helping with tuition. So that was cool. Explain order flow as you would to a 5-year-old. You can see intention, buying and selling. To me, what I do is I wait for intention to stop being rewarded. Um, they really did try to offer this low here, and they stopped seeing reward, but I want to see a bid step up. So they're stepping up with this move, with this leg. I want to see a pullback in a bid that shows that it's willing to step up on the pullback. We haven't gotten one yet. So this can easily offer in the 40s, the 30s to the 40s, right? If they don't, this is a really strong reversal coming on. And hey, look, if it doesn't give me access, it is what it is. Or it can offer. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm patient with my setups. Getting in here, there would be a risk of getting in too early. You take a stop. And if you chase it, the risk is extended. There's a lot of things, right? I'm always going to say I don't need to be involved in every market wiggle. There's plenty to go around. There's plenty trading days. There's this period here will shift in 9 minutes. You're going to get the real close. There will be another hour. There's no reason for me to try to chase everything. Can you describe your thoughts about scaling position size over time, trader? Dangerous. I think I've answered. I've seen this like 3 times. I think I've answered this. I don't know if you've been listening, but it's dependent on my ticket cost, which is the stop, right? If my stop, I like it to be in the 1200 to 1800 range. Less and more, case by case, but whatever size allows me that ticket cost is what I will do. So it depends. If I need to have a wider risk, I'll size less. If it can be smaller risk, I'll size more. So lately with current market conditions, I like to be anywhere from 5 to 8. 10 would be a little higher. Like 4 or 3 would be a little lower. But yep. Yeah, Zentro, it's literally storytelling. So it's without the fancy words, right? You know, you're gonna see people say all kinds of stuff like SMT, ICT, FVG, A5 Wagyu, 360 no scope. We just like to keep it simple. Order flow like traders like to keep it simple. Where's the buying? Where's the selling? Where's the build of volume? That's the attempt. That's the two-way trade. And what happens after the two-way trade, right? They might call it an order block. They might call it this. Like everyone's got their thing. Everyone thinks that their thing is the truth, the light, and the only way. Everything else is heresy, right? I'm a simple guy. If what you're doing makes you money, don't let a guy like me tell you what to do, right? So, million ways to do this, million ways to come out profitable in this game. It's all about what relays the information better to you. So some people it's the fancy words. It's this guy got kidnapped by the feds because he's too good at trading and he built some algorithm. I don't think that algorithm exists. I don't think there is a messiah of trading in that way. I think the market's got one job, and it's to pair sellers and buyers together. And they're going to try to find those prices, those ranges, right? Yeah, Stowe, you're long, huh, man? They're not letting me get in. And it was in such a good spot, but I wanted to see a little more. So I'm pickier with my trades, guys, if you haven't noticed. I want to see certain things before I enter, and if it's not there, it's not there. They can have it. The market can have it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stowe's long. Yeah, Dr. Steve. Yeah. Everyone can call it what they want. institutions are not looking to mess with you for shits and giggles. They've got orders they need to fill, and they just want to fill them at the prices they like. That's my subscription to the whole game. Yeah, Lucas, fair value gap for a lot of you guys is it will come across the same way we look at it on a candlestick. It's just we're looking for it within the volume profile. So you can say like somewhere here is a fair value gap. Say if you make this into a 15-minute chart or 5-minute, you'll see it here. But for us, it's like, oh yeah, there is a low volume area in volume, and that's where it should hold on the upside or on the downside. So the upside now would be like an inverse fair value gap. You come up, you hold the low volume on the upside, come up, it's the same thing. So like I said, hey, if it works for you, keep doing it. I don't see I don't really see it like we're on opposite teams either. I know a lot of people are like, oh, when you enter the market, you're playing against guys like me, so and so. Like, yeah, sure. Retail's nothing. I think we can all be on the same team just fine. That's why, like, there's nothing behind a paywall with me. There's nothing that I'm not gonna show you guys that I do because you guys need to pay for it to some degree. I'm giving everything, answering the questions as best I can because I don't believe that what I do can deliver a blunted edge if everyone else does it, or anyone that wants to do it at least. So no harm, no foul. Where do I think this runs to? Well, they can certainly offer here, right? It wouldn't be crazy to see this go offer and discover new lows on a high time frame. If not, I'd like to see a rebid somewhere, but right now we're seeing a lot of buying. Like it's a lot of buying, and they are getting stuck right here where an offer could make sense. I might go for an offer. I would offer this. The thing I don't like is we came from here. It could be a key decision spot, and the decision could be higher. I'm being patient. We'll see. There is a lot of stuck buying right now. Don't get me wrong, in the mid 40s to the 50. It's a lot of buying. So something like that would get me short. Yeah, I'm not too sure because of where we bid from. But we'll see. I might short this. Let's see what they get. Tape's still pretty strong up here, so. Yeah, like I said, I'm picky about my trades. Some days, some streams, you see me fire off like 6 trades, and it hasn't even been 30 minutes in yet, right? Some streams, 1 or 2, some streams, I'm just sitting around. Yeah, the market's gonna wiggle, especially on Q. I don't need to be involved. I want a distinct advantage when I enter the market. If this wasn't bid off of this low, I would certainly be offer here. There's so much buying that just got set off sides, but that little thing alone, yeah, there is a chance they could make a higher low hold here. But yeah, this was a reasonable spot to see an offer because they spent so much time here building this, right? This is the two-way trade, and we had our answer. There was more selling than buying. So if you come up, it's unsurprising to see that, yes, hey, look, we'll remind you there's more selling than buying here. Full board an eval. No, I haven't traded an eval in a long time. I'm off that hamster wheel, man. So this could be the higher low bid we're looking for. 22s to the 18s. We do have some stuck volume, so I like an entry in the mid 20s here if they are inclined to come back there and show a willing bid. They're bidding this higher right now. They seem to not really care. So my risk is extended. I'm only going to go 5 here, guys. I will be willing to add lower. Actually, I might just scratch out too if we skip through the 25s. I'll scratch this out, but keeping an eye. All right, so I'm in for 8. I'll give this about 8 points. If they come back to this low, I'd like to be risk off and just see things objectively while being flat. So this is where I expect it to hold. If it doesn't, get me out of here. 8-point stop. So right now my risk is 1,300. It is what it is. That's the ticket cost. Just paid it. Yeah, looks like that was a better short. Lucky short ES covered at Asia high. Yeah, honestly, that was a sick trade. I was listening to Kane talk about potentially shorting, and I was like, I think it could be a really good short. I was like barely climbing onto desk. Hold on, let me see if we can bid this. We'll try it again. This will be my last attempt at a bid in this range. See if they can get anything out of this. Yeah, they barely poked me on the other one, but that's what I do, man. I don't like really extended risk. Helps me stay objective with the market. I like to be out before like hopium can even settle in. That's how I do things. So even right now, they can hold this, they can dump it again. We'll see. I'm only in 5. I think I'd like more size, but I don't want to eat too much risk. So we'll see. If it does continue, we'll get some ads. But I'm gonna let them prove it first. They're not doing too much right now on the sell side. It's kind of like waning. So yeah, it sucks that we got stopped like what, 2 ticks or something, 3 ticks on the other one, but that's the game that I play. I like to get out quick. Trump about to talk. Oh yeah, Trump was supposed to be talking like 15 minutes ago or something, right? Is 100 enough to start trading micro? Not really. Not really. That would afford you like 1 lot and you're just like teetering with max leverage. Danny. It's a story. It's a story that I tell often. Yeah, so guys, I'm still in 5. I haven't added. I want to see them above prior day high. And then we'll talk. We'll talk longs, but right now it's I don't know if Stowe's still here, but Stowe, are you long anywhere? You've got to be, right? Yeah. My first deposit was 1,300. I was like, oh, let's just do 1,300. It's a weird number. I was just like, yeah, whatever. And in a week, I ran it up to 18,000. And in a week, no, not even in a week, in 3 days, 4 days, it went to 0 from 18,000. So you can get an idea of what was going on, right? It's before I learned like trading, risk management, blah, 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 tilt. I was just eventually going almost full port every time until it stopped working. And that's how you run 1,300 to 18,000 in a week, right? I just trades against me. I don't know. I got more leverage. Just put some more on them. It's gonna turn. It's gonna turn. And it always turns until it doesn't. Well, that's my experience. Yeah, still, come on. These turkeys. So yeah, guys, this is the inflection point. I'm not peeling off here. I'm gonna sit in. I'm gonna tighten the wrist. They're either gonna go and we're gonna get paid a lot, or we're probably gonna scratch out if they come back, actually. I don't think I'd want to eat a stop on this. So two scenarios. We make more money or we break even on this. How much of a move did we get? Let's see. We're in at 28. We got to 45. So what's that like? Almost 20 points. I think a reversal is going to have to pay me more. So yeah, I think we've all got kind of the same story, right? Of our first foray into actual trading. Yeah, it was crazy. I remember feeling like I was just sitting there like, what have I just done? Yeah, it looks like they're gonna stop me out. They could still keep going down. That's two attempts at this spot here. That didn't turn out too well. They also could hold this higher. So this is a spot I hate to be in where you've got a higher low and a lower high. You don't know what it's gonna end up breaking with yet. We do know that this passive offer is certainly still there. So, but yeah, that's my story of my first deposit. No, not my first payout, Golden Rose. That was my first batch of tuition. What's a good starting capital? 500? I want to say this. I don't know if he's still around. There was a guy that asked me in Stowe one time if he should quit his job and start trading full time. And I think if you're in a position where you're constrained by capital, it really shouldn't be something that you're looking to take on, you know? If you've got 500 that you're willing to part with to learn, it's different. But the game's very hard. It takes years and years and years because you're not just learning how to trade. That's the easy part. Surprise, surprise. The easy part is learning how to trade. The hard part is learning yourself and what kind of trading actually works for you. It's a self-discovery path that many people think might take a few months or something. It takes years. It takes years to really get the answers. Um, yeah, and that's I just I wouldn't recommend just dumping all the money you've got into an account. It's going to go to zero a lot faster than you think. I promise you. I don't care what your IQ is or this or that. It's not a game about being who's smarter than the other. It's really not. So yeah, it's actually literally that. You want to spend forever climbing out of a cave. So this is the funny thing. My buddies always ask, "Oh, you're a trader. I want to learn how to trade, you know. Um, where do I start? What can I expect?" Blah, blah. I'm like, do you want to would you be willing to ruin your life for 5 years? If you cannot answer yes immediately, this is not the game for you, right? Because you've got to set realistic expectations. Like it's not just going to go your way. You're going to have to, go through it. You're going to have to struggle through it. You're going to have to stumble and stuff, and it's going to take time. And if you're not willing off the bat to say, yeah, I'll struggle for 5 years, like straight up, I'll hate myself probably for 5 years. Game's not for you. You wouldn't make it. Sorry. And I say 5 years because, it's a good benchmark. It's not that, oh, it's going to take at least five. It's more of like, this could be the reality. And if this is too much for you, then that's your answer. It's too much for you. So that's what I tell people. It's like, how do you expect? I mean, you've got people going to school for 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, depending on your profession, right? And you can't give 4 to trading, 5 to trading, and you want to make as much as X, Y, or Z, forget it. You're in la la land. Keep your day job. Still like this long. Oh, that's not a good fill. I hate that fill. Put it back in the longs. Which book from Leo? Oh, it's a workspace. If you sign up with NoFL, you can message one of the mods and they'll point you towards the book. You literally download it and it's ready for you out the gate. All right, so we've got 7 on. Let's see what they do now. This better, this won't work. Yeah, we've got 7 on. Let's see what happens. Yeah, low barrier to entry is always going to be, it comes with, it's kind of like pyramid schemes, right? Oh, barrier to entry literally doesn't exist. And, everyone's sold on the idea of unlimited upside and you are the boss. And this is another thing, right? Everyone's like, I want to be my own boss. Like in trading, I'm going to be my own boss and all that cool stuff. And it's like, okay, you don't like your current boss? Your next boss, which is yourself, is going to be a total idiot. Do you want that? People are so quick to dismiss the potential that being your own boss, trading is going to turn you into an idiot to a degree. And that's going to be your boss. You want that? Yeah. All right, well, this thing's bid. I haven't scaled out of anything yet, guys. These guys are going to break this now, or our dreams are crushed. We are that boss we're talking about. Like, oh, my boss is so dumb. So start trading. You see how dumb you are. I'll cover 2 here. We're going down to 5. Maybe try to get into this area, POC next. It's going to be a struggle, this area. It's super offer. So yeah, dude, guys, you're never gonna like the gang, the 4 of us. You're never gonna see us talking on stream like we're so smart. We don't know anything, honestly. We just place your risk here. How much you want to pay for that ticket? How much can your reward be? Make your calculated choices. And it's not like, see, I told you the market's gonna go up. See, I told you. No, we have no idea. We just know there's an opportunity for it to go this way or that way. That's the key area. That's the area of interest. That's the key level, whatever people want to say about it. You need to find the spot on the charts that's going to be where the decisions get made, because that's now when it becomes more binary. It's not going to go sideways, it's not going to this, it's going up or down. Now you just need to make a choice. Are we going up or down? One side of the coin takes less from you than the other side that pays you even more. It could be that simple, but everyone wants to be smart about it. I know this, it's going to do this. See, I told you, subscribe to my Substack, so on and so forth. I'm going to try to take another at PLC and go down to 3 lots. So we're down to 3. We'll put break even on these. So all in all, I had a better entry earlier. We got wicked out of that. Boo-hoo, cry about it. We tried to get long again. And it worked. Cool. So yeah. I win some, I lose some. Right. How far do I think this runs? Well, right now we're going to a very key spot that could also offer, right? We've known as they had two-way trade here, they couldn't get past the passive offer. And it's still there again here. So right now, it's best to assume that passive offer is still there. The first few times, there wasn't enough bid that's willing. But like I said, I stayed out of that offer earlier, this move, because of where we came from. They tested this low volume area and they made that choice. And this is a high time frame thing. If this is going to hold, I expect to move through to the next in the 960s, which is pretty much where we are now, right? So you take it, step by step. Right now, they're going to have to do work here. If they can clear this, we can make our way to the next node, close to like the 390s. But we know there is a lot of passive offer here. We don't know yet if there is enough buy interest to fill all these orders and go. We do know there is newer buyer interest that just entered the market through the test of this downside low on the high time frame, right? How do we know that? Well, it's holding higher and higher now. That's a willing bid. It's willing to step up. We didn't have any bid that's willing to step up all day until now. So I'm speculating that this could be the turn. Honestly, my entry is not the best. I didn't get the fills I wanted. I wanted in the 20s and 30s, but it is what it is. So we made money on it. Now my scenarios are bigger green or break even, and it's cool with me. So how far do I think it runs? For now, I just see this right here, the 60s, which we've gotten to, and they're going to make that choice. If they can, look, if they can clear the 60s, it says a lot because this is a lot of passive offer. And if they can clear this range, it confirms to me the information that now, yeah, there is certainly more buy interest in the market than sell. And this thing can give quite a mean reversal. ES has got like this cave in the volume profile, which typically doesn't resolve that way. It's going to fill in a little more, maybe make a more defined low volume area. Whether they do it now or they come back down, do it, or they do it, I don't know, 3 hours later, it's up to the market. It's out of my control. Yeah. Can you guys, if possible, throw some likes, hit the like button before Jim gets on here and scolds me. Yeah, right there. Look at the little thing. Subscribe and hit the like button. My mouth getting dry from all this talking. Help me out. Stream side, yeah, that's exactly what you're supposed to do though. Or in my book, that's what I do. If it's like I'm not too sure yet, then I just don't do anything. When I feel like the market's giving me enough information, they're showing their hands, then I can take action, right? This would be an example of a show of hands. We don't know if it's going to offer here and make a lower low. We don't know if it's going to hold here and make a higher high. But as they came back, they did try to sell this again and they got stuffed. And if they can't access lower ranges from this pop, another attempt and another attempt, reversal could be on. So especially where we come from. So that's the huge, that's the biggest part of this whole thing is where did we get the bid out of? And it's right here. If we didn't bid out of this and it was somewhere else, not a key spot, I would have took this offer here. And this offer would have likely worked until the market went to a high time frame key spot to gauge for a bid. W, yeah. So for anyone, yeah, all you guys in OFL that don't know yet, it'll be my last, after 3 years, it'll be my last month of streaming there because I'm being pulled in different directions now. NT Live being one of them, right? I'm committing more time to NT Live. So you guys will still see me here. I'm still going to be in the Discord. I'm just not going to be streaming twice a week regularly anymore. But what a 3 years it was, right? It was a community, and I told Leo so many times, it was a community that I was happy to do that with and do that for because I was so proud of it. It's for real. You know, a lot of communities and discords and stuff, you're just all you see is everyone's green P&L every day. I want to victory lap this, but in there it's always been real, the struggles. And it wasn't just, the members. It could be me, it could be Leo, it could be Joe, it could be anybody talking about, hey, their current struggles in trading, what they're doing to try to fix it, go around it. It was something I always appreciated, because that's what helped me too, right? It was a large part of my futures trading career. It started in there too. So yeah, NT Live is where you can find me. Taking a step back to give more time to NT Live and some other things that the guys will tease it when they want. I'm not going to be the one that leaks anything, but I think yeah, it was honestly a great experience. We had people that became regulars. We had old faces, new faces, names that I have been around since I started trading order flow. It's a special thing. Manindra, yeah. Yeah, I can stream in front of the ICT traders and they can tell me how much I'm doing wrong. Anti-live? No, it's NT live. Yeah, so please hit the likes. I'm going to be spending more time with you guys. So please hit the like button. Yeah, but honestly, it's a great community. From the mods to the members. It's all real. So anyways, surprise, surprise, the offer that has been there all day is still there. Asian boy about to get stopped with 0 profit. I guess he missed the earlier part of the trade. Yeah, over leveraged trader. I hope you got a kick out of that one. Yeah, appreciate that, Dan. Yeah, Lucas, if it's straightforward for you, it's the best for you probably. It's all about just information. How do we take it in?
XYZ.
What's up, Jim?
Oh man, good job today.
Over leveraged. Hey, I've got an actual hater, guys. So he liked seeing me get stopped out as an ICT
No,
trader.
no, come on, man. That's part of it. That's the lesson in itself, man. You took it like
Yeah.
a man.
Well, I guess he missed the part where I actually made the money, but I wasn't concerned about 3 lots runner, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, thanks for the likes. We'll be seeing each other more. I welcome all the ICT traders. Come check it out. It's a good time, man. I do want you guys to know, look, I think some people might get rubbed the wrong way with chat trolls. Dude, I got no problem with it, man. We're here for a good time. I'm not gonna take offense to it. So keep showing up.
We were on fire today, man. I mean, what a great stream this morning. I mean, first of all, you're starting off with Deli and Shy, number one. I mean, come on, that's gold right there. We had Carley Garner on this morning. She's an institution among herself for commodity traders. So she was awesome. Trader Kane this morning. I don't know what it is about that guy, but I love that guy. Just his whole approach, his whole way he teaches, awesome. And now we saved the best for last. XYZ in the late morning, man. You like I said, you're awesome, man. I love when you're on with us.
Appreciate it. Yeah, late morning for some, early morning for some.
It's encroaching on my lunchtime.
And that was a
Uh,
good time. I enjoy it. I enjoy
but
the
hey, I
chat.
mean, the best part though, I mean, is 500 and over 550 likes, man. Thank you. This is a great community and we're gonna keep it rolling, man. We're not done. We're not even slowing down. Subscribe button flashing on the screen right there. It's free, man. Just click on the subscribe button. It doesn't cost a penny, man. I mean, maybe 1 calorie of finger power. That's about it. That's the cost of subscribing to NinjaTrader Live, free stream. No one's selling anything. We're just doing the best we can to navigate through this, man. And we've got some superstars and some studs here, including my main man, XYZ, man.
David. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but yes, absolutely. Eagles back to back. Absolutely. Lost a little bit on defense, but they'll make it back.
Very cool, man.
I'm glad you guys are learning. Again, thanks, chat. Thanks for the likes. I haven't been on too often in the morning, but it's always good to hear that I'm going in the right direction, trying to help other traders. So appreciate it.
It's funny too, XYZ, because I've been doing this most of my life. We're talking 1979, 1980, 1981. Yeah, I had maybe 5 or 6 years in the middle where I did something else. But the thing that's just super cool for me is I didn't know you guys, right? Before February, really. I didn't know you. I
Well,
didn't know.
yeah, realistically, nobody did. We've always been like, we want to be low key. Obviously, the big cat, he's a popular guy through the years, but
Yeah.
yeah, I've always said, even in OFL, like, don't even bother following me on Twitter because I'm not going to post anything. I'm just a guy.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
now we're streaming.
yeah. I mean, I knew Dully by reputation. I knew Tracy by reputation. And now it's like, at my age, I'm still learning from everybody. Throughout my whole career, you meet somebody, you learn. You meet somebody, you learn. And that's the way to go, man. That makes you better, smarter, faster, stronger.
Yeah, there's always something.
Yeah. Anyway, man, all right, you're doing double duty today too, right? You are
Oh,
here
that's
this
right. Yeah.
afternoon.
Yep.
Who is your sidekick this afternoon?
Mm,
Looks
it's
like
Nick.
Nick.
Yep. Nick.
Awesome, man. Nick for a tick. XYZ, trading the close right after me and Shara are going to do a 10-minute hot commodity report. XYZ, thanks for being with us. Can't wait for this afternoon. I'm going to do a really quick edge report. We're going to wrap it up for the morning session.
See you guys.
All right, real couple things here. I just want to focus on the ES really quick before we go and make our tuna salad sandwich, because I think that's what I'm going to have. This is the volume profile. So this is a daily candle, and I anchored the volume profile. You could anchor the volume profile to whatever you want with the NinjaTrader software. I anchored it to Monday the 4th, right? So we're trying to look at 2 weeks worth of data here. And so when I look at I look at today and I see, okay, maybe we have a low volume day, right? We have 573,000 contracts traded, and if based on an 8-day average, we're only at 76% of that 8-day average at this time of the day. So it's a low volume day, and we're not making any ground. So check it out. We have three distinct volume nodes, points of control, competing points of control. We got that 64.14, and on the downside we have another one at 63.70, and then below that we have another one approximately, and this is more of a range, but 63.45. Right now we have a shelf. Let's see if I could open this up so we can see a little bit better. Right, we just launched today off a shelf. Right, we don't have a lot of volume, hasn't accumulated yet where the green body of the last candle is and above, all the way up to that wick. And that line there, that 64.68 half, is that double top. Remember that wick that we saw back here on the 31st? That's the same as the top of the body of the candle from yesterday. So double top there. We broke on through, but really small body candle, low volume. So keep that in mind. We do have a PAX line up here at 65.12, and PAX, as usual, is on fire. So for the bulls, that could be a target. But right now, sellers are kind of rejecting. They're slowing the roll, I should say. I shouldn't say rejecting anything, but slowing the roll a little bit with this baby candle. So we'll see how it materializes today. The stochastics too. Boom, crossover. Nice kind of crossover, entering over bought territory. But again, that might not mean anything. This just means we're strong right now. Pulling into the regular 30-minute intraday chart. So today I thought, well, maybe we will have a double initial balance break. So I went to our good friends at Edgeful and I said, hey guys, what have we seen historically for the last year to date for a double break of the initial balance of the E-mini S&P? In 27 out of 157 days, we've had a double break, right? We've been trending a lot, so it's hard to get a double break on a trend, strong trend like we've had, but 17.2%. Now, we broke below that initial balance low, and that is at 64.79 half, right? I thought, well, maybe we'll get a bid and get back up there and get to that PAX line at 65.12, but we have continuation selling. The day's not over, and it's not too far of a distance to get a double break up here. I don't know if we're going to do it or not. That doesn't look likely, but 17.2% of the time it does. So that's 65.02 and a half. We'd have to get a wick through that to get up there to make that a reality. Otherwise, it's just going to be a regular single break day. And just to put that in perspective, that's only 24, I don't know, about 28 handles, 28 points. So not too huge, but we'll see if buyers step back in or not. Right now, point of control is really nicely sit here at 64.80. And it's as we kind of accumulate volume around it, this may turn into more of a normal distribution day instead of a double distribution day where we have that competing point of control up here at 64.93. So that's it, guys. Let's wrap this morning. Great morning, you guys. Thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. We appreciate the love. We appreciate the helping each other out. Remember, high tides lift all boats. And we are pumped up about today. We're pumped up about this afternoon as well. Look forward to seeing you guys at 2:30 East Coast time. In the meantime, enjoy your lunchtime. Relax a little bit. Tuna salad sandwich is on my radar screen. See you soon.